T-REV, so we'll call him that as well. And he joins us now.
People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps.
Hold up 1 second. Ding. And then I gotta hit it with the bomb. There we go. That's better. What is going on, Rev Game family? We are live. It is Friday. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We chose to do this late, actually. But what is going on? We are here. Welcome to everybody in the building. Shout out to y'all. Need to fix that. What's going on? I can't stand when it does that bullshit. Any day now. But anyways, all right, we'll wait for that to load up. I don't know what's going on. Add, remove, add. What's going on? No. Shout out to Delana. She says, do you have mind control on me? What the hell is going on? What is true? What's going on? What is true? Nice to see you in the building. Low 12. Michelle Mouse. She said, I'm gonna rest my eyes for a second while I'm waiting. I bet there's a ton of late night viewers. Well, it's really hit or miss, right? Depends what time you go on, but I need to present this again. Hold up 1 second. Let's redo it all over. It doesn't want to show up. What do we got going on here? Nothing wants to pull up. Is it breaking on me like that? Bing bong. Bing bong. I see you, Jeff. What's going on? I have no idea what's going on with this StreamYard, but you see how it has everything all the way up top? Weird. Okay, there we go. Still nothing. Still can't pull. Can you hear this, though? Bing bong. Bing bong. I just wanted to see if you guys can hear that. What's going on, Big Dirty? Big Dirty in the building. D Smalls. What's going on? Man, what do you guys think about Brian Kohlberger's alibi? We talked about it yesterday, but I think it's bullshit. Baloney. Phony baloney. Esther, what's going on? Yay, caught a live stream with T-REV. What's going on? How you doing? Where's everybody at tonight? Smash that like button as you're coming in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. Hit that notification bell. You already know the drill, right? Can you guys hear them sound effects or no? Or am I bugging? Hi, T-REV. My first live from the beginning. Yay, midnight in Vermont. Shout out to you in Vermont. I appreciate you coming by. What time is it in? You said midnight, 12:04? Damn. Am I invisible? Nah, you don't look invisible to me. I can see you pretty good. But I don't know. I'll tell you what is invisible. My screen. My screen is like super invisible. Don't show this tip again. Maybe do I have to start playing something? Okay, there we go. I was about to get angry. I'm like, man, that better not play me like that. And I am taking call-ins tonight. I will be doing call-ins. Shout out to y'all though. Janice Smith, Doc Terry. I think it's no surprise. What else could he say? His alibi was, I like taking long drives at night. So guys, you know, if I'm up for a murder trial, or I'm about to go to trial for a quadruple murder, and my alibi is, you know, I love driving at long nights and hours, you know, shit like that. Hi, I'm okay, love. So happy to be here. I appreciate you being here. Brandy Elise in the building. Yes, you can hear them. Good. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, his alibi sucks because no one else can confirm it. Who can confirm that alibi? You're driving around. It's late night. You're right by the King Road residence. Okay, so Brian Kohlberger by the King Road residence. His alibi is, I like driving late at night. I don't know. Sounds like he's about to get burnt up in the court of law, but maybe some of you think different. And I do want to hear your opinion at 219-885-9693. I want to hear your opinion on the case, your thoughts on the alibi. some people are coming on, like I've made a post on Twitter, they're like, that's not his alibi. No way. Seems like sort of an alibi to me. I don't know. That's personally my opinion. I see Darren in the building. What's going on, Darren? Mary Flynn. Apparently he was driving around at 9 a.m. again near the King Road residence, right? Near the King Road residence. I don't know. I'm just kind of, I want to hear the evidence they have against this guy. I really do. I want to hear all the evidence that they have against this guy. But it's just like when it comes down to it, and you tell me that you're driving at night and there's nobody with you, you can't tell anyone your alibi. There's nobody that can speak up for you and say, Brian Kohlberger was with me, dog. We were on a blunt ride down the back streets. It's not my fault I drive past this residence. I mean, you don't have nobody to corroborate anything that you've done that night. I smell bullshit to me. I mean, that's what it feels like to me. Yeah. No. Nah, I haven't even. Nah, he's with Athena. Oh, damn. No. What's going on, Arlene? Shout out to Arlene T-REV. I'm here with you and fam from PA. Damn, Arlene, I didn't even know you were from Pennsylvania. But let's jump into this, and then I'm gonna open up the lines that you guys can call in, and we'll chat it up. Everybody, I'll leave it at 5 minutes, 30 seconds, and we'll get the chopping it up. Because I want to hear your thoughts. We were on live last night. I heard voicemails, people calling through, but I actually want to get on and have a conversation with people. So maybe 5 minutes and 30 seconds, 6 minutes. I don't know. We'll see how the flow goes of the phone calls. With the phone off. What's going on, Marine? Or I don't know if it's Marine. I don't know. Maureen. Sweet. I love that name. Shout out to Marine. Maureen. His alibi is weak. Beautiful Messy Ball says his alibi is also going to be his excuse for him being in that area of the house. Okay. All of those other times when the prosecution claims he was stalking the house. So they're going to have complete evidence of him stalking, right? So, I mean, you're going to look for evidence of stalking somebody that is obsessed with one of the victims or maybe two, which I'm considering in my mind, speculation wise, is it had to be somebody that lived there at the time, right? Allison says exactly. Unbelievable. Shake my head. But I'm thinking it has to be someone that lived there now, because maybe he did think Kaylee was I don't know. But then again, her vehicle was there, so it's really a choppy case. It's a crazy case. Jeep Girl says the black box on his vehicle can tell where he was. And Regina brought that up. Shout out to Regina Wright. She brought that up, and I'm actually still waiting for Regina Wright. She said she ordered some Amito Black, so I can't wait to see, some samples of how Amito Black works, and maybe I have her come up, or maybe we do something together and put that out there. Jory says, T-Rev, I can't think of anything creepier than an accused killer would say. That an accused killer would say. The jury is not going to feel safe about that. I feel like the jury's gonna eat. I mean, that alibi or whatever, the objection, that just wasn't hitting. That wasn't hitting. I thought he would have had a story of where, I was with somebody at this time and they can corroborate that I was with them. Obviously, their DNA wasn't at the scene. So, I mean, that would make more sense to me. But him being by himself, driving around at night, as they said in this last document that we went over, I just don't. I see that hurting him more than helping him. Black Hand says the part where the defense wants to meet with the judge privately to explain the alibi without the state present is nuts. Woo! Oh my God! You ain't lying. You ain't lying, Craig. He ain't lying. Christy says, "Oh right, some mystery cross exam may give him an alibi later." That's wild too. Just Larry says, no more fans saying it wasn't his car, and no more saying he was in the house with a roommate. He stated he was not in the house. Those defenses gone. Oh my God. Thank you, by the way, for the 5, Just Larry. Cool Kid Collector Darren says he wasn't a dummy. He was aware of cameras on local businesses. That's why he took a long route. Yeah, Darren. I mean, I was gonna say you're not in that area. You're closer to me. You're closer to me. So yeah, we definitely gotta get up and hit some paranormal spots too. Jeff H says his alibi does the opposite of what an alibi is supposed to do. I agree. Of course, I agree. I think that Brian Kohlberger's I got 100%, but I'm more than willing to listen to everybody's thoughts and opinions, no matter what direction they're coming from. I will listen to you all day long, and I can have that conversation with you all day long. I just don't like BK fans. That's the difference. Everybody, get your hip boot. You say get your hip boots on the shit. What is getting deep with the defense? I'm dead.
Oh, bing bang.
I'm dead. Let's watch this video real quick and we'll open up the lines. We'll warm up the voice real quick.
I'm Vinny Politan. We've got breaking news tonight. Put on your seatbelts. Get ready. You're not going to believe it. You are not going
Put
to
your
believe it,
seatbelts on,
folks.
baby.
In the biggest case that we're tracking across the country, out in Moscow, Idaho, the mass murder of those 4 1,000%.
My man said, or I don't know why I said my man. My homegirl said, if nobody can confirm his alibi, then that's just as good as not having an alibi.
Innocent college students from the university. The defendant. We talked
Lisa,
a little bit
what's going
before
on?
last week about, they may
going
have
on,
an
Larry?
alibi. They may.
Larry,
we think they may have. No. Today they file an actual alibi.
So why? So okay. So he said today they filed an actual alibi, right? Am I missing something? Hold up. Let me make sure my ass isn't missing something. I'm gonna make sure that I'm caught up with the concurrent documents, with the up to date, because I know we read the one last night. Nothing dropped out today on my ass, did it? Okay, never mind. Last one was on the 2nd. It was the objection. If you do want to read those Idaho documents, make sure you type in !Idaho docs, all lowercase. If you want to look at the documents, it has the whole entire case's documents. You can download every single one of them and proofread through every single one of them. You don't know any words? Google the definitions. Google the laws. I did it. I mean, it's still some stuff I'm like, damn, I guess this is just, the law of the justice system. But I bet they'll be able to confirm that his car taken off at 421. But why is it's such a high rate? Yeah, I mean, what's a high rate though, Jeff? What is a high rate? 100 miles an hour, 80, 50 through a residential area? What was he doing when he took off? How fast? How fast do you guys think he took off at? I mean, if you just got done committing a quadruple homicide, how fast are you taking off from a scene? Pat Gordon says he was riding around all right, just didn't say he made a stop. Shar in the building. What's going on, Shar? I hope you're doing well. My prayers and heart has been with you. I know you've been going through a tough time. So everybody, Shar's been really going through a tough time. I won't say what it is because maybe she don't want her business out there, but pray for Shar in these rough times that she's going through. Beautiful Messy Ball says, but the PCA said his phone put him near the house at least 12 other times. So what 12 other times did it put him there? Right? The defense desperately wants to harass Dylan and Bethany. Yeah, I think they're gonna, like I said yesterday on the stream last night, I think they're gonna chew their ass up on that damn podium. You can call it a podium, you can call it a box, you can call it whatever you want. When they get up and sit up on there in trial, they're gonna get chewed up. They're gonna get chewed up and probably be in tears. They may have to even take breaks. Mark my words. They may even have to take breaks. The defense is nail right into them. And all we could do is support them. And I mean, and some people are still on the fence with those roommates also. I was on the fence for the longest time with the roommates, so trust me, I understand it. I understand where you guys are coming from when you say, I have a problem with Dylan. I have a problem with Bethany. It's, 8 hours, the police weren't called. 5 hours, the police weren't called. I get it. Trust me. I fully understand what you're thinking about. I just had to come to that conclusion that they would be in jail right now. Otherwise, right? Regina Wright says, T-REV, I am waiting for it to get here. I'm glad you let me know that.
Telling where he was at the time of the murders. Now, understand that an alibi is to me, anyone who's innocent, right? Not anyone, but I would say 98% of people who are wrongfully accused are factually innocent,
brother,
should be able to provide an alibi. Like, it couldn't have been me because I was doing X, Y, and Z, and A, B, and C can tell you about that, or this video can tell you about, like the alibi takes you away from the scene of the crime. It puts you somewhere else. It makes it impossible for you to have committed the crime, right? Every episode of Law and Order, the old show, the original Law and Order.
I feel the
That's
same
the first
way,
thing.
bro.
Does he have an alibi? Every time they came across a suspect, did he have an alibi? Did he have an alibi? Does the alibi check out, right? If the alibi checks out, they move on to the next suspect. So, time for me to reveal
Closing
what
arguments.
this alibi is.
Thank you,
you're not gonna
CKI.
believe it. Take a look. Mr.
Thank you. I
accused
appreciate
murderer.
that. Thank you, CKI. Like I said, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Said to the best YouTube channel, best host and family trees for Sosa. Thank you. I appreciate that. DD says driving around randomly but making 5 passes, and then there's his DNA on a knife sheath. Also, won't his car record all that driving? What about cameras putting him somewhere else? Okay, so another thing that I want to refer back to on a different live is Regina Wright. She sent me the model of the vehicle and we pulled it up, and we could do it again. There's a alleged black box in there. I think you have to turn the car on, from what I read, was maybe 700 cycles. Now, did Brian Koberger research that? Did he research that, his make and model of his vehicle and how many times you need to do that to get rid of the data? Because I think it does. And correct me if I'm wrong, Regina, in chat. It did say 700 cycles, but also 700 hours, or it was maybe 300 cycles. I don't know. 700 hours and 300 cycles, like meaning turning the vehicle on. So it's one of those two. I'd have to look at it again, and that may be great to go over again. But it was the make and model of his vehicle, and Regina Wright sent in that, and I was actually like, damn, I didn't even think about, looking in that direction. Hot Mess Jess says, I don't care about BK individually, but I want justice for the 4 victims. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So you got to look everywhere, right? But there's also one guy behind bars. So he has to be cleared before, say he was innocent. He has to be released, and he has to beat this case through court first. I don't know. It's just, it's not like we can go out and make a citizen's arrest even if there was a different person, which I absolutely don't think there is, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, though. Everybody is different, and you all have beautiful opinions and very good thoughts. Kelly E says, hey, T-REV and gang, I got a crazy question. Do we know the time of death of each one of the victims? I still believe there is more than one person involved. My opinion only. Time of deaths, I don't think we have that. I know they said it happened between 4 and 4:25, and if he's speeding off at what, 4:21 to be exact, then there's a little time frame right there.
Has long had a
how long?
What
did anybody bleed out? I don't know, and that's what I'm thinking about right now. Just even thinking of that thought is heartbreaking.
Going for drives alone. Often he would go for drives at night. He did so late on November 12th and into November 13th, 2022. The accused mass murderer is not claiming to be at a specific location at a specific time. At this time, there's not a specific witness to say precisely where the accused mass murderer was at each moment of the hours between late night November 12th, 2022 and early morning November 13th, 2022. He was out driving during the late night and early morning hours of November 12th to 13th of 2022. So was that all night just driving.
Thank you, Lady Boss. Brooklyn in the building. She said, if I was innocent, I would be screaming. So I damn sure would have gave my alibi right away. I mean, most logical, normal human beings would be able to give their alibi and have it corroborated. I'm just saying. Most people who get questioned, why do they leave that police station, ladies and gentlemen? Because they have an alibi that can be corroborated. You're not walking out that police station without an alibi that can be corroborated. It's just not happening. Especially if they have the evidence. Now, if you shut down and say, I want a lawyer, they don't have the evidence to hold you. They have to let you go. We know that, right? We know that as citizens. We know that. Kay says he can have whatever alibi they want to, but how do you explain all the other trips and connecting to Wi-Fi?
Wow. Let me bring in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter joining us on the phone with all these breaking details on her night off. Chanley, great to speak with you. Thank you for joining us. I'm looking at this alibi, and it almost strikes me as a bit of an admission here, Chanley.
Bit of a mission, huh?
Absolutely. This is huge. We know
Libby
the
live in the
evidence that
building.
prosecutors have, not only following his cell phone the night of the murders, Vinny, but his white Hyundai Elantra along the path around the times of the murders. And now he's admitting to being out there driving around, Vinny. We've been on the ground there. I've been to all of those locations on the scene. We showed you where he was and the path that he allegedly took. So for him to admit this is it's huge for prosecutors. So this motion where he does reveal part of an alibi is actually an objection to a state's motion to compel him to provide an alibi, because there's a time limit in Idaho where alibi is an affirmative defense. You have to let the prosecutors know within a certain amount of time, you know, a specific date, time, who you were with, corroborating witnesses to that alibi. So he's trying to get around that by saying, well, I can't really tell you exactly where I was on the night, but I have a habit of driving around the night. And he says in this motion that corroboration of him not...
Lines are open, by the way, 219-885-9693. Feel free to interrupt me at any time. Each caller, 5 minutes and 30 seconds as soon as I pick up the phone. So we'll keep the phone calls rolling.
At the crime scene may come through the cross-examination of state witnesses, and he can't be more specific about what possible witnesses may say or what they won't say. He also says corroboration of not being there may be brought through expert witnesses of his own, Vinny. So again, real amorphous, but what a huge admission that he, yes, on the night of the murder,
could he have done the rest in the morning?
So you got him in the car that night, all night, right? Without a witness, so he's 1,000% by himself, not with someone else, not calling up a family member or a friend or going to a drive-through. See, that's the thing. Like, if you're out all night,
thank you, Charlene.
Are you going to get a little hungry or something if you're just out for a casual drive?
And he happens to turn off his phone within a time range that his car then he is picked up on King Road. We know that from the affidavit, making multiple passes back and forth and then allegedly speeding away. And then his phone comes back on at an area a little bit south of town. And nobody's with him. He is.
This looks familiar, ladies and gentlemen. 832, what's going on? Nope.
Driving alone. And also, then remember what the affidavit said?
Number looked
that
very
his phone
familiar.
is also pinging the next morning at the crime scene. And then also we know that there's no driving around at night after the murders in that area. He doesn't return to that area. So just saying.
So
what's up?
To establish.
My man's phone sounds like Radio Shack. Excuse me. My man sounds like radio. Hold on, let's try to call him back. I don't know who that is. No.
We connected?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I was like, whoa, what's going on? It sounded like a buzzing sound, but you're good now. You sound crystal clear, brother. What's going on?
Oh, man. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, brother.
It's all good, brother. Look here. Plead guilty and save your life.
You think if he pleads guilty, they'll let him off that death penalty?
Yeah, I mean, they'll work a deal, behind closed doors. you know, he'll just get life in prison.
Right.
But plead guilty and save your life. And, you know, save face for your family, man. You know, he's got a family too. I really don't care, but he has a family too. You need to plead guilty, go into prison, and just, you know, ride it out that way. There's just too much going on here that, and this alibi, you know, come on, really? Wow.
I mean, what's your thoughts of it? What's your thoughts of that alibi?
It's not an alibi. It's just a document. Doesn't mean anything, you know. I mean, obviously the judge ordered the defense attorney to, you know, bring one by the deadline. What was it, the 24th of July or whatever? Well, that's all they could come up with. And now they're just crying about how they didn't have a pretrial hearing. Well, that's all they can cry about it. You know, they're just going to drag this out. And, you know, if he goes to trial, okay, well, he's going to get the death penalty. I don't see how he can. Okay, so why not save your life and just plead guilty? You know, and like you said, like you asked me, T, you know, no, they won't give him the death penalty if he pleads guilty. You know, but like that reporter said on his deal just now on your video, you know, on your live gig, that you know, sounds like it's admission of guilt. Well, he had to say something while I was driving around. Okay, driving around is not illegal, but you know, you're already there. You're already in the area. They got your DNA. They got everything they need. You know, I saw one of your videos today about the, you know, the knife you bought on Amazon. All right, well, there's your weapon. So,
and that came out early. That came out very early. I want to say the docket, which is called, he's on YouTube and Chasing Paper on Twitter. I seen he dropped something about that receipt very early before anybody ever talked about it.
Yeah. You know, so, you know, they can't seem to find the murder weapon. They don't need the murder weapon. You know, you've got DNA on the sheet under one of the lost souls. You know, you're done. You know, it's I'm from Texas originally, and I don't think it had gone this long in Texas. Those DAs down there, especially in Harris County, they'd be like, look, this is what you need to do. Plead guilty, and we won't put you on death row. Yeah.
Thank you, Root.
So,
right. I mean, plead guilty October 2nd. A lot of people think, including myself, I don't think it's going to take place then, but I mean, they're pushing for October 2nd. They really are.
It'll be close. It'll be close. I really hope it does go October 2nd. I think they'll delay it and play around with it a little bit. Biggest thing, if it does go, jury selection. Man, that's going to be crazy. You know, if they don't get a change of venue, which I don't think they really can, legally, I don't think the judge will honor it, a change of venue. But, you know, like I say, the jury selection will be rather crazy. And it'll be real interesting. That's where the hiccups, you know, that's where the defense can really get in there to try to pick a jury, and then, you know, because this thing has gone public worldwide since last November. So how do you get an impartial jury? Yeah, I mean, even if you live under a rock, you've heard of the Idaho 4. You know, in my opinion,
most have, some have, but most people have. I mean, it was a big thing. It was nationwide on every TV screen, any news station. I don't care what state you were in. It was damn near on every news. I mean, for people who do watch the news.
yeah, I mean, my father-in-law has dementia, just for an example, T, and he asked me about the Idaho 4.
I'm sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, well, it's a battle. My wife's down there now, and it's a battle. But you know, it is what it is, man. We're just praying for him.
I could relate for sure.
Yeah, it's a battle. But you know, even my youngest son has talked about the Idaho 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he said today was his second day at school, and he came home, got off the bus, and was asking me about, hey, when's that trial? I said, what trial? He said, the Idaho 4, that guy. I was like, man, I don't know, maybe he's 5.5 years old.
Damn.
So, yeah. So, you know, it is what it is, you know. But, you know, maybe he's listening to me. I don't know what he's doing. But, hey, man, I heard my beat. God bless you, man. Happy Friday. Have a great weekend. And I got a show tomorrow night, so I took the weekend off. And we'll see you on the flip side.
God bless you, brother. Thank you for calling in. Wonderful phone call. Hopefully hear from you again too, man. Stay safe. God bless you, your family, and prayers to, you said it was your grandfather?
My father-in-law.
Your father-in-law? Prayers to your
Yes,
father-in-law, man. I definitely can relate with dementia. I had to take care of my grandmother for 2 years who struggles with that. So I definitely know, you know, how hard that is to deal with and how upsetting it can make you. But God bless you and your family, brother.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. I hopefully hear from you again. Lock your door. Stay safe. You know the drill, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Later. Shout out to him. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. How did the victims not have evidence of Kohlberger's DNA under their fingernails? We still don't know that. That's the thing. We still don't know that. It's never been put out that I've seen in any document. Just Larry 2 says the most interesting part of the filing was the crazy request for an ex parte meeting. Never seen that. And the many mentions of his right to speedy trial. It's a chess play. It's a chess play. 870, you're on the show. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, it's me, Regina.
What's going on, Regina? Talk to us.
Hey, I think I know what's going on with this whole alibi thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that the defense has gone through enough evidence that they know that they have Brian's car in that neighborhood with his license plate dead to rights. And this is all they can really say is, oh, he likes to drive around late at night. You know what I'm saying? Like, he has no alibi. There is no alibi.
It's driving around. He was driving around.
That's not an alibi. If anything, it incriminates him. I mean, you remember what I said, that if he ended up being the DoorDash driver, that it would just incriminate him just as much as him, you know, being in the neighborhood and his alibi being, well, I was anywhere other than home alone in bed, and someone could validate that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alina. Yeah, for sure.
Well, that's come to fruition. I think Ann Taylor has an uphill battle on her hands, and she's not going to win. I find it alarming, some of the stuff that has been put into documents by the defense team, because in my opinion, she exposed evidence in the case with some of her motions, and I think that was intentional, and I think that was to taint a jury pool, to put the presumptive innocence in the public eye. And I think that since his alibi, that the judge ordered that he give his alibi, which something people don't realize is, now, even though there is a deadline to give an alibi in a court of law, if you don't provide one, there's a 99.9% chance, unless the prosecution can present nefarious meanings for not having a reason, you know, to let the alibi stand in court, an alibi will still be accepted into a court of law pretty much any other time, even if they pass the deadline. If at any time a defendant can come up with an alibi that can be validated in a court of law at any time during the trial, the judge is more than likely going to accept that, because it can be a violation of constitutional rights to refuse an alibi at any time during a trial if one is.
What about that black box in this vehicle?
Right. Let me move my headphones away. Okay.
The black box on the vehicle. What? I remember you sending that in the actual model of his number. What was it? 700 hours?
700 hours of actual drive time, or almost 220 full ignition cycles.
So you said 200 ignition cycles?
220.
Yeah. So I wonder if he looked that up and sat there and started just turning it off and on, off and on.
Yes, but see, the thing is if you sit there and it'll show in the data on your car still if you sit there and turn your engine on and shut it off, turned on, shut it off, turned off, turned on, shut it off, because eventually it will give a code. Because whenever you do that, emissions and stuff build up in your engine. So there will still be evidence that he sat there and turned his engine off and on, off and on, off and on.
Do I think that the DoorDash driver saw Brian or his car? That's a good friggin' question. They would be a witness to this if they did, Allie.
Anyways, the Amito Black, I don't exactly the email I got, my what's that called, where they notify you to let you know that your shipment's on its way or whatever.
Yeah, they let you. They send you your confirmation. They send you your tracking number.
Right. It doesn't have an estimated date of delivery. Like on the thing, it said it was like 7 business days, and like now there's no confirmation on the delivery. But I did order it. I can send you the receipt for it. I ordered
just
it
put
from,
in the tracking number.
Forensic.
Is it USPS or who's it coming through?
I do believe it said the only option available. I'll show you the invoice for it. The only option available was standard mail.
Correct.
So it's being sent postal service.
Interesting.
U.S. Postal.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how that works. The Amito Black, and actually, you do a little sample run with it. Somebody was saying something about animal blood from somewhere just to test it out. They say
I've already spoken to a slaughterhouse. I can get animal blood, but I also have a niece that's a nurse, and she can give me expired human blood.
Oh wow. That's
so I can do either.
Well, I can't wait to test that out. I can't wait to see what for you to test it out. You're gonna be the one doing the damn, doing the damn thing with that. So I can't wait to see exactly. I don't know if you're gonna do like a footprint or what, but I'm interested in seeing it and seeing what you do with it.
Well, what I'm gonna do with it is I'm gonna show how it reacts with blood first. And then I'm going to show you how it works on a print that has not been cleaned up, a dried blood print. And then I'm going to do another dried blood footprint, only I'm going to clean it up and show you what happens if you clean up a blood print and then use Amino Black.
Can't wait.
I'm going to do a dry wipe. I'm going to do a dry wipe cleanup, and I'm going to do a liquid water wet cleanup on it.
Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that for sure. I can't wait till you get that either. And let me know when you do. Let me know when you do.
Yeah, I've already got a professional photographer letting me use his camera setup and everything to do it with. So
that's gonna be dope. That's gonna be dope. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Regina. Thank you. You already know. God bless you. Lock your doors. Stay safe. And shout out to you and the family.
Amen. Bless you guys. I love you, Rev Gang. T-REV.
We love you back.
Man, I'm here for you if you need. I know you're going through, brother.
I'll be all right. We the tough survives. So it's
that's right.
We'll be good.
Yeah, we'll be good. Wait. What doesn't kill us only makes us stronger. We'll get through it. We're Rev Gang strong.
Exactly. Thank you, Regina. I appreciate you. Lock them damn doors. Stay safe, and I'll see you in chat.
Love you, brother.
Love you, Pat. Shout out to Regina. 219-885-9693. Keep the ball rolling.
This alibi, it seems he might have to testify to say where he was, or just go by.
Yeah, I mean that's the indication to me is I think he realized he left that sheath, or didn't leave it, but dropped it and wanted to go back to see if he could slip in there. Police weren't called yet. Maybe people were sleeping and just got too paranoid to do it. got way too paranoid to go back in. But shit, what's going on, Danielle?
This is like an alibi that's not quite an alibi because it doesn't necessarily put him somewhere else, right? It's much more vague that
Gold
he's
dust,
just
thank
out
you.
driving in the car, no one to witness and no specific places. No, he's not claiming to be at a specific location at a specific time, and there's not a specific witness. So it's a very unspecific alibi. Am I reading that right, Chandler?
You're exactly right, Vinny. So, but just the fact that he places himself, maybe was he
You
not?
said I'm so glad you decided to do a live show. I was going, laughing for some reason. I promise that no one lives that hit like what this group. So basically, T-REV gang always is lit. Never a dual show. Appreciate you. I thank you. Thank you for the love. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in with your thoughts on the alibi. The alibi. People will argue with you tooth and nail on Twitter about it not being an alibi, but everyone seems to be speaking out. It's an alibi. It's an alibi. And it looks like part of an alibi to me if you say you were driving out that night.
His own car? Because we have his own car at the murder scene. On surveillance video around the time of the murder. So maybe he wasn't driving his own car. Maybe they'll challenge the cell phone data with their own expert. Maybe that's the expert they're referring to in this because the tower is covering a larger space than what it is. Who knows, Vinny? But this is definitely a big reveal.
All right. He's got a long habit of these drives. So maybe there's evidence of him doing it many other times. That I don't know. But Chandler, appreciate everyone at home. You must know Chandler.
Time.
What's that?
The affidavit said 12.
409. What's on your mind?
What's up?
What's going on?
This is Amy from Texas.
Shout out to Texas. Texas. I mean, we got Texas in the building. What's going on? What's your thoughts on this so-called alibi?
We like our justice in Texas.
Absolutely.
I was just calling to talk about the alibi, and I just think it's absolutely ridiculous. I believe one of your callers mentioned earlier that they must have him on video, maybe even facial recognition, and they need to account for him being out circling around like that in the neighborhood. So that's his alibi.
And the thing is, though, like, man, they put him in the vehicle driving because it seems like they looked and were like, damn, well, no matter what, he's driving. So
right. I just, they had to say because they have all that video evidence, which I think, like Mr. Smarty Pants Arrogant, he really just didn't account for all the people that have video now, all the Ring cameras. I never even thought about that. I never thought that every other house has Ring cams, and I've never thought twice about that until this case. So, it's just, he made some mistakes. I think he thought he meticulously planned it, and he made so many mistakes, rookie mistakes. And thank goodness that he did, really.
Yeah, the mistakes. I mean, and somebody asked a great question in chat earlier, talk about, I wonder if the DoorDash driver seen his vehicle driving around. I mean, he was in that area. If you look back and look at around the time they say the DoorDash was delivered, he was surveilling that area.
Right. I definitely think the DoorDash driver could have seen him and maybe even had seen him close up. Even though it's dark, there's lights around and might even be able to identify him. So if they have, which I've spoken to you about this before, but I'm fairly certain it's going to come out that Dylan probably picked him out of a photo lineup.
Yep.
And so if you have that along with a DoorDash driver seeing him and identifying him, and he's out driving, I like going out for drives. But that is crazy that you would have all of this preponderance of evidence against him, and that people are still saying that he's innocent. Now, in this country, we're innocent until proven guilty. I get it. But it's just like, I mean, if you're still screaming that he's innocent, I feel like there's something wrong with you. At least shut up until you find out more evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's a battle of both. You got people that are middle of the road that like to see everything presented, and they really stand by innocent till proven guilty, which I get it, and so do I, because it's innocent till proven guilty, right? But for me, it's always been DNA doesn't lie, and that's just where I've always stood at. So if they were able to prove that DNA was planted, then my mind would be totally shifted. But DNA doesn't lie, and I stand by that. I always have in any murder case that I've watched. When I see that somebody's DNA is at the scene on something, or it has to be somewhere that it makes sense, right, for it to be the suspect. So if it makes sense to me, then it makes sense to me. So when I see that there's DNA there, I mean, there it is for me. Show me. Now the defense has got to prove that it was planted in order to change my mind.
And the thing about it is, somebody would have to meticulously plant it. It was a single source. It wasn't like it was mixed with anything else. It was one single person, one man, him. And I had heard a theory that somebody said, like, the DoorDash was dropped off by Brian. He was the DoorDash driver. His DNA was on it, and then somehow it wound up on the sheath. It's totally far-fetched. I mean, come on, people. That being said, this country is founded upon innocent until proven guilty. So I find it kind of strange. I don't like the gag order. I really don't. I think the parts of it that protect the victims and the witnesses, yes, I like the gag order. But there's just too much wild speculation and, with the gag order going on. But, yeah, it's really looking like they got their guy. And like the lady before me, this is about everything they can say. I think at this point they're just kind of saying whatever they can, to try to put up some kind of defense. But it's looking pretty bad for this guy.
I think so too. I think it's looking very bad, especially with that last statement they just put out. That last statement's horrible.
If he did do this, he's not a man. He's a monster. He's a monster. So anyway, I think they have their guy, but we'll have to wait and see how it plays out in court. I always tell you, I appreciate you being an advocate for the victims and for the witnesses. And one final time for the people in the back, it was not a freaking drug house. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's definitely put out there that it is a drug house, or was, or there's talks about it. I wouldn't say everybody believes it, but there's a good majority of people that believe drugs were involved, and I just haven't seen any receipts to show that drugs or any drug dealing was involved. And people say,
the only way that drugs were involved is that possibly maybe one of the surviving roommates might have been like on something, high or whatever. But I mean, I've got a son in college, very, very good kids. But yeah, they party. And so they may have smoked a little weed and did a little stuff here and there. But that's it. They were not drug dealers. That was not a drug house. And the cartel is not responsible. The fraternities are not responsible. And there was only one single source of DNA found at the crime scene under one of the bodies on a sheet, and that was him. So anyway, I know my time is up. Thank you again. It was great talking to you as usual.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Lock your doors, stay safe, and great conversation. And hopefully I hear from you again. And also thank you for being a voice in the community.
You will. Love your music too.
Thank you. Thank you. Love you back. Bye. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. 985. I seen you called in. Who else? 985-360-573. 661. What's going on? All right.
Remember at the around the crime scene
That's
for those
right.
times when he didn't turn off his cell phone. This
That's
time
right.
There's another one. 985. You're live. What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, Rob.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Hi.
I think you're. I
I
think
just
you're
want to
listening
say
to the
that.
stream. You got an echo in the background.
Oh, well, I got the sound off. Do I need to turn it off?
I would just mute it, or else everybody else will just hear
I
like an
didn't.
echo.
Okay, I muted it.
It's okay. You're
Okay.
live. What's going on, man?
Well, I believe in innocent till proven guilty.
Mm-hmm.
But since this alibi has come out, there's no way I believe that he's guilty. And I'm gonna leave it at that and let other callers call in. Have a great night.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. God bless
Okay,
you.
bye-bye.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. Mighty quick, too. 219-85-9693.
he turned off his cell phone.
So he does have a habit of doing these drives, but he doesn't have the habit of turning off the cell phone for the
I need to hook
drives.
this up, bro.
Chanley, great to speak with you, and everyone at home again. Remember, Chanley, this is her day off, and she's helping us out so much. We appreciate it. Now, as Chanley mentioned, she's been out there, she's been on the ground, and she retraced all these movements, went through that affidavit, the evidence prosecutors say they have, piece by piece. Let's take a look.
The probable cause affidavit in the case against the accused killer of 4 University of Idaho students.
237, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Selena. T-REV gang.
What's going on, Delana?
Oh, not much. I was just wanting. Oh, can you hear me okay first?
Yeah, you're good. You're clear.
Okay, good. Cool. I wanted to talk about that latent footprint. I was thinking about that location because I think it's in front of that good vibes sign where they were bending down and taking, I think that's what was there that they were looking at. And I was thinking about, so that's outside of Dylan's room. And you have to pass that way through there to either go up to Maddie's and Kaylee's room or go to Ethan and Xana's room. And so I know in the beginning, a lot of people were like, what the heck? It's just one footprint. What is a one-legged guy? What's going on with that? But I just feel like with, if there were other students that did get called in, say like 2 people, I don't know. And then Dylan maybe walking back and forth, that they would have wiped out maybe that other footprint or the cops when they first showed up. You know what I mean? So I know a lot of people are like, why is there only one footprint? But it's a path of travel right there. So I think it would have been real easily, covered up since it was just a latent shoe print and something you couldn't see anyway. It wasn't a blood shoe print. It's something that you can't visibly see. So I was just going to say that. I just think that the other shoe print probably got just tracked over, you know what I mean? And then the FBI task, I was reading about, that whole process and everything. And I know it just came out about the Diglo.
Thank you, Woody. Appreciate
that they had used the 2 burner. He had 2 burner phones that he had used and whatever. And so they actually got all that information from those burner phones. And I really do think that Koberger had at least 1, if not 2 burner phones as well. So I think the FBI cast, they're going to have all that information that we don't even know about yet from those other phones. The original subpoena or in the PCA was his phone records beginning from August 21st, which we talked about is when he was first seen pinged at the King Road house.
Thing is, too, we don't even know like the test that came back on each victim because you can almost guarantee they tested their fingernails to see if any any DNA was under them fingernails. We haven't even heard about tests back from that. We haven't even heard if any shoes found on Brian matched up to the footprint at the house. I mean, we haven't heard back a lot of different things that are involved in this case in general. I mean, the knife collected in Pennsylvania. It's a lot of stuff.
Right. Yeah, so much information. I mean, all we really know is the original PCA, which is that it has a lot of information, but there's so much more. You know, we don't know the results of any of that stuff. I think that the defense is fighting an uphill battle to try to get, you know, their client free. I just don't think that. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, I think he's going to be convicted. I think they have the right guy. I just feel like they're going to have so much more, even with those burner phones, if those were his, because they had a different date. It was before, they went back before August 21st on those phones, but the numbers were redacted. So that's why I feel like there were two burner phones. So it'd be interesting to see like what really he was doing with his phones during that time. Like, were there other people that were possibly potential victims or whatever? And then I thought it was really interesting that I know one of your people had made a comment about it, saying that the 12th was listed in the alibi papers. And we hadn't heard anything about the 12th from prosecution. That's not in the PCA. So I really do feel like he may have went out earlier in the night, you know, before midnight, trying to maybe look for them or stalk the place. Nobody was around. They were out and about. So he went back home and then he returned again in the morning of the 13th. I just thought it was interesting that they actually put the date of the 12th in the papers. So it's like, ooh, that's information we didn't know. What happened on the 12th? I want to know what
Right.
my time is up.
What happened on the 12th? Right. Well, the night prior. Was there anything?
Right.
I appreciate you calling in, Delana.
All right. You guys have a good night. Bye, Rev Gang.
I'll hear from you again soon.
All right.
Hey, God bless. 623, what's going on? You're live. 623.
Hello?
What's going on? You're live.
Hi, this is Grandma Patty. How you doing?
Grandma Patty. You know, hanging in there. How about yourself? It's nice to hear from you again.
Listen, I was going through some stuff there on YouTube, and some lady named Kara Willis, I think it's Kara Willis.
Yeah, used to be in here all the time.
Yeah, she's talking about how there wasn't much blood inside that house because they were killed somewhere else and then they were just dumped there. Where do people come up with this stuff?
Just for content.
I just couldn't believe it. Oh my mind.
People come up with that type of shit for content, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion on it, but hey. Killed somewhere else? I mean, where's proof that they were killed somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, and then you just go and dump them there. You know, it doesn't even sound reasonable. And I thought, well, I didn't know if you had heard that, but anyway, I thought I'd call and tell you that.
Killed somewhere. I've heard it before. It's not something that I haven't heard. Like, I've heard it was a snuff film and they're selling it. I've heard the same thing you just said, but I've heard it come out of different people's mouths. I've also seen people take this Ring Cam sample that wasn't even the Ring Cam audio from 1112 and put it out as real within the last month when it was already debunked by Court TV and many other sources. So it's weird. You know, people will just do whatever they want to do to try to create a conversation instead of talking about stuff that's been talked about or put out by sources.
I guess I just never really heard anything so ridiculous. And so I just thought I'd call in and let you know what I had heard. But anyway, I just want to say hi to everybody and hi to you, grandson, and still praying for you, okay?
Thank you, Grandma Patty. I appreciate you.
Okay. I love y'all.
Lock your
Bye-bye.
doors. Play that piano to the moon.
Okay. Bye, Grandson.
Love you, Grandma Patty. Shout out to Grandma Patty. She's wonderful. 219-885-9693. Man, the stuff that you hear is wild. The stuff that you hear is wild. They were killed somewhere else, then brought there. I mean, you would think if that was the case, if they were killed somewhere else and they were brought there would be blood when you're carrying those bodies back to that place or back to King Road, 1122 King Road. You would have to obviously remove them from a vehicle or something to carry them inside, or correct? I mean, there would be blood. Insane.
Together the movements of the suspect vehicle and coordinating cell phone location data beginning in the early morning hours of November 13th. At 2:42 a.m., the affidavit alleges that Brian Koberger's phone places him likely at his apartment on the WSU campus where he was a PhD student studying and teaching criminology. At 2:44 a.m., Koberger's vehicle and cell phone are on the move. Police say his white Hyundai Elantra is spotted on WSU surveillance cameras.
Well, we got us another one. I don't know if I like it. Unknown, you're on the phone. What's going on?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. You're good.
All right. Yeah, this is Kelly. I'm just phoning in and just watching your live stream again. And yeah, it's funny about his alibi that he's come up with. You know, we finally get something, right? And, you know, I just thought it was really key to talk about the wording, right? That I just thought it was really interesting that his alibi is that he often goes for drives by himself alone at night. And, you know, what I find really key in the wording is the word alone, right? So it's like if you were giving an alibi, you're supposed to give an alibi that somebody can verify, right? But in this case, we can verify it because, well, we are still really not sure if it was him in the car. But now with this alibi, it's like his defense is saying, yeah, he was in the car and he was driving around, right? So this is what he's kind of admitted to is I've been driving around. I drove all around. You know, my phone didn't work from 2:45 till what was it, like 10:55. And but I just thought it was really curious, like a couple things. One is that the alibi is that he's driving alone. So that kind of makes me think maybe he wasn't alone, you know, in the car. And you know, the other thing too that I thought was really interesting was you know, his ride back home. Okay, so like we have the Lindy Lane footage where it's been authenticated. The sound has not been authenticated, but the footage is authentic. So at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, we see the car 3 times, right? In Lindy Lane. It's like, here I am. Everybody see me. I'm in a white Elantra. Here I am. You know, I mean, talk about a place to circle around where there's how many people, how many apartments. So he can't circle around down the block where it's dark or whatever and turn around, right? You'd think, you know? No, he has to do it. Since he's admitted he's in that car, so we know it's him. So he has to do it where there's probably a couple hundred people maybe awake. You know, there was some partying on the campus. So a lot of people see this car, right? Maybe not pay attention at the time or even put it together, but it's kind of like, see, I'm here at 2, and I'm here at 3. And then the curious thing is at 4, so all of a sudden he has this tiny window where a lot of people they have assumed that, we don't know this for sure, right? They've assumed, and he's been charged on that and in jail for that. We've assumed that in that little window from 4 something to 4:30 or 4:20, the 12, 15 minutes, that he, you know, took a tiny weapon, like it's a large knife, but it's not the kind of knife that could make the sort of wounds we're hearing about, right?
Right.
So quickly. Okay, so I mean, you'd have to spend some time with that type of a knife to make those large wounds, gaping wounds, right? So anyway, so he's got this little window, and then only, of course, the 2 surviving roommates who have no injuries at all of any kind. You know, they're the ones that are placing him there with their testimony, their statement. So then he takes off. But, you know, what's curious, apart from that element, the 4 a.m. window and that allegation, but what's curious is the route he took home. Okay, so, like, you'd think if he was driving all around and he went one way to come in, I mean, wouldn't he go back the other way since he's already been seen on camera? A lot of people have seen the car. He sped all around town in this car alone, apparently. And because we don't see what he does all the time, right? He's in the wording again, it says, I can't remember exactly each moment, which is also very curious, you know, but he doesn't take the same route back home. So he goes on this Thorn Creek Road, some desolate, you know, back road. I don't know. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
listening
okay.
to you.
So
Yeah,
he
I'm
goes on
listening
some.
to you. I'm locked into your
I don't
story.
hear anything. I'm like, what's going?
You're
So he
like,
goes
this
on some
is back
desolate
road?
back road,
Uh-huh.
which takes him a long time, and then all of a sudden his phone is on, just like 10, 15 minutes out of Pullman.
Out of the blue.
So I just think that back road is a curious thing. Like, I'm wondering if police or FBI have even examined that stretch of road at all for any evidence or any weapons or clothing or clues, right? I mean, you know, the dogs are always really powerful. So a lot of people forget the power of trained canines, you know? So you've got smells, you've got articles of clothing, you've got, you know, they're above and beyond DNA. They can smell specific things. Like I was reading this article that a dog, you can wash something in bleach that's been soaked in blood 5 times.
Damn.
And a dog will still smell the blood. So I'm just wondering about that. That was just a couple of things, just the wording in what he said in his alibi, that he was alone, but I can't remember every moment. And then, you know, the thing about, you know, the back road. I'm just wondering if that, you know, stretch of road was ever thought about, you know, to be looked at. I know it's a long road, and of course we've had winter and we've had all these different things, right? But like I said, you know, the dogs would be able to smell it. I don't know how long that road is. I haven't really looked on a map. Like, you know, if we're talking maybe half an hour and he's speeding, like, this is the other thing too, is the speed of the car, right? So like at 2, he's kind of casually, you know, driving around, and then at 3, he's a little bit quicker, and then at 4 is when he really takes off. You know, and it's kind of like somebody else had brought up, a friend of mine had brought up this point that, you know, like, when do you take off in a car? Like when you've done something, or, you know, you speed away from the scene on the road you didn't come in, right? So, like, was someone in the car? Did someone get in the car with him?
Right.
And then, of course, you know, they've examined the car. There's no DNA in the car. That doesn't mean anything. There, you know, the trunk could have been lined. I don't know if you know anything about the Elantra, but you can actually fit 4 people in
That's
a trunk.
crazy as hell. That's big. That's a lot of space.
You know, and it's a huge trunk. Like, you can line it and double line it, and the way it is, it's unbelievable. And it's one of the features of that car, right? It doesn't look like it has that kind of a trunk, but 4 people could lie down in the trunk. So that's the kind of thing. And, you know, there's this other thought in my head that maybe he didn't commit the crime, but maybe he was some kind of unknown, unforeseen accomplice, like lured to the area. You know, like, people will say, oh, well, the phone was off, right? And there's pings, and, you know, there's the DNA on the sheath. But, I mean, this is not, it puts him in the car, right? And now he's admitted he's in the car. So it puts him in the car, but it doesn't put him in the house committing the crime. So there's still that gap, you know? And, you know, I mean, something that you got to think about, like, I think it was Grandma Patty that just phoned in and said something like, you know, it's ridiculous that they were killed somewhere else, right?
Mhm.
And I mean, if you know anything about crime, you would know that if you're, a professional criminal and you're out to really look, not that I would know, I'm just saying I've done a lot of reading. But the thing is, if you're a professional criminal, you're not going to commit the crime in your own home. Okay? So it's like very unlikely that it would be like a professional kind of a hit or something like that on these kids,
Mhm.
Like it would be more likely that it's an amateur crime, like perhaps one that maybe was premeditated, maybe there was filming involved, because I did hear something else on another channel about how the girls had come home and there was a video camera set up in the kitchen. So I don't know if this was verified, but when they came back from the walking the dog, they got home at 1:56, and then they had to walk the dog, and then they got in and there was a camera set up in their kitchen kind of little sitting area, which they thought was really weird, a video camera. So I don't know. I heard this, so I don't know if that's where that whole rumors come up
That's
about
my first time
or
hearing
what.
that.
Yeah. But that was the couple things that I just thought it was curious was the
Yeah.
wording,
Well,
of what he said about his alibi,
yeah,
how
no
how
doubt.
he used certain words.
Well,
And
I appreciate you
but
calling. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's been a little bit longer than
oh yeah,
5.
yeah, for sure. But I just wanted to bring that up.
You
Thanks
can
for your
always
time.
call back though. Like if
Yeah,
somebody's calling in,
for
call back.
sure,
I
for
love the
sure. Okay.
conversation. Love
Alrighty,
chatting
good
with
night.
you.
Yeah.
God bless. Shout out to, I think it was her. I think it was her. 219-885-9693. Didn't she say her name was Kelly? Or he? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. 616, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, I called him maybe a couple weeks ago. I was like acting Brian.
Mhm.
No more. after hearing the information today that he was just cruising along. That's his alibi, cruising along. I totally apologize for my call maybe a month ago, a couple weeks ago. This guy is guilty as fuck.
Yeah, but you ain't gotta
He is.
apologize. That's your thoughts, man. That's what your
At
thoughts
the
were, and
time,
it is.
I was like, maybe there was some conspiracy. Maybe there was something. No, this guy is guilty as fuck. And that was one of the dumb people I called in a month ago, a couple weeks ago. I was like, yeah, this, I don't know. No, nope. Nobody takes a joyride and he's just riding along. And then, but thank you, T-REV, for your show. And I'm just saying, like, I was fucking wrong. I was fucking wrong. And it was like,
I mean, but it was
trial's
your
gonna
thoughts. It
happen,
was
but
your opinion. It was your thoughts, and that's, you leave it at that, man. Like you come up with your own thoughts and you come up with your own opinions. You go based off the. Do you read the
but I should
document?
at least man up. I should at least man up when it comes to, like, I was wrong. I was like, this is this guy's alibi that he's fucking just randomly just drives around, turns off his phone. Man, I was so fucking stupid.
Nah, you're not
Damn.
stupid, bro. You're not stupid. We
The
all got
time,
thoughts, man. We all got thoughts. We all got questions, and some of us think different. It just is what it is.
but I'm calling in to take my statement back. Fucking Brian, he is fucking guilty. He did it. He's gonna go to hell where he belongs. And thank you for taking my call. And keep up the great work.
I appreciate you, brother. God bless you. Thank you for calling in and calling back to talk to me. But yeah, I definitely look forward to hearing from you again, especially around trial time.
Yes, I was wrong, and that sometimes I was wrong. I was big time wrong. I was like,
I mean, what
Yeah,
made
man.
all right? So I mean, there's 3 minutes left. Like, what were you wrong about? Because what was your theory at that time?
I thought he was framed. I thought he did. There wasn't enough evidence to actually say that he's the killer. And at that time, I didn't think he was. I was like, oh, this. Eventually, when the shit was hit the fan, I think he was gonna have a great alibi. I think but it wasn't. He did not. He did not have nothing. It just his excuses was he's just driving around. I was like, man, that's why I had to call in today. I was like, I was wrong. I watch you all the time. I rarely call in. This is my second time ever calling in. And the first time I was arguing with you, I was like I think
It's
that,
okay, man. I ain't tripping. It's good.
But now I was like, nope, I was wrong. I was just hearing his alibi. I was like, no, this guy did it. He is. Hopefully, everyone just forgets about this dude once the trial is proved, and he's officially guilty. But damn, I was wrong.
Hey, it happens. I've been wrong a lot myself, even with talking to people that say they were connected.
I was like, please, I just wanted to call in and to say like, I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. I was wrong.
Hey, and we still got to see the trial play out. You never know what'll happen during trial.
No, there's no way. I will eat my own fingers and whatever. There's no way. He is guilty. He is guilty.
My man said he eat his own fingers. That's wild.
I'll do it. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way this guy's gonna be innocent. He is guilty as fuck. And at one point I thought that maybe he was innocent, but goddamn, I was fucking wrong. I was so wrong on that.
You thought he was being framed or what?
What was that?
Did you think he was being framed or what?
Yeah, I was one of those guys. Oh, maybe he was being framed. Something. I just don't think he's the guy at that time. Until I was like, let's hear his alibi. That was the key thing. I was like, I really wanted to hear this guy's alibi. And his alibi was, I'm just driving along. I'm just driving, just turning my phone off and driving. Oh, look at this house. God, man, I feel stupid. I seriously feel stupid. But I couldn't I was like, man. Once I heard that, I was like, I have to call in. I was like, because I have to have the same passion that I called in to you the last time. I was like, oh yeah, no, you're wrong. You guys are wrong. No, I'm wrong. I'm fucking wrong. I was wrong.
It's all right, but you never know. I mean, I've been wrong plenty of times. I was wrong about Jack D, allegedly, at the time when I was talking about Jack D. So, we've been wrong plenty of times. I wouldn't beat yourself up over it. We get wrong all the time. We get shit wrong all the time, bro.
But thank you for actually putting me on, and thank you for what you do, because you're gonna grow. I'm telling you this. This is one thing that I hope I'm right on. You're gonna grow. You're gonna grow big time, because people are gonna have something about you where people can just call in and you don't care what side they take. You're just you, and then your passion that you have is something you don't see. You don't see ever, I don't think, in this world that we live in. You're someone who's just all around nice. You don't care what side they take on. Just don't be a dick. Don't be blah blah. But that's all I gotta say.
I appreciate you, brother. God bless you, man. Lock your doors, stay safe, and I appreciate you calling in. Hopefully this ain't the last time we hear from you. This is the second time, right? We'll hear from you a third time.
Yeah, it's the second time.
We'll hear from you a third time. God bless you, brother. I hope you have a wonderful night, man.
You too.
Right. Shout out to him. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Thoughts about VK's alibi. Voicemails 3 minutes if you want to leave one. I'll listen to him, but I definitely got to check and see too. 740, you're on the show. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, my brother? How's your night going?
Oh, that's all right. Hey, I'm only gonna take a minute here. I was just gonna say, old dude's I gotta respect the accountability and all that, but he's kind of kicking himself too hard, man. Because I'm just gonna say this, I make music and I know a lot of musicians, so it's not that weird for people to take a ride at night. Given that is a weak ass alibi, I'll admit that.
Yeah,
and maybe I'm just a weirdo, but I don't know. I take late night drives.
Blunt rides and shit, just enjoy the nature and ride out and just sometimes it
yeah like I said, in like people who make music and shit, like you like to see what it sounds like in like a car system, or take a little smoke cruise, whatever.
You're right. I do that. I'm a musician. I like to ride around and even sometimes stop somewhere and write. You know
what I mean? Like in you hook it up to the nice car stereo. Sounds a little different than the home stereo.
Yeah, it does. It does. We come on. We love our night. We love our rides. A night, day. I don't care what time it is. If I feel like taking a ride, I'll take it. Yeah, that's.
But I will say that is kind of a weak ass alibi though. Like if that's your excuse, sounds like the defense is trying to I seen somebody else say on there make an umbrella alibi basically so they can use it as a catch-all is what it kind of sounds like to me. But I still wouldn't put it past. Like I'm still one of them innocent until proven guilty dudes, man. Because you know, like I don't like convicting anybody until it's been proven, and there's still some questionable shit, man. You know.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, the 8 hours, right, with the roommates and just a bunch of a bunch of different things that didn't add up.
And I'm not trying to shit on the one dude or whatever, but the harsh dude or whatever, like I've always thought he's kind of odd, man. You know, he said some weird stuff.
Thank you, Debbie. Are you talking about Harsh Reality?
No. The what's
Harsh?
his name? Is it Enon or something?
Yeah, Enon Harsh, that guy, man. He is weird for real, because he changed his, what was it, the status on his Facebook? Like he heard something and he switched the wording around on it. Yeah, that was
yeah, and he made like some weird Reddit post or something like that, or a 4chan post or something weird, like right on his own name and everything. Like I don't know, he said some weird stuff that just kind of irked me.
He definitely did say some weird stuff, and the changing of the Facebook post is definitely sus. And then allegedly he got a subpoena to go in for the defense, which
that's right. Yeah, I didn't know if that was just somebody saying that as a joke or like so that's for real.
I don't know if it's confirmed, but I've heard it a lot. So I mean, like I said, to me it's speculation until I hear it come out of his mouth.
Right. Yeah, that's how I am too.
But then again, can we believe him because he went on Facebook and changed up these posts? So could we believe him even if he was, even if say it was?
Yeah, I heard somebody say he's deleted some things on there or something too. But I don't know how true all that is.
I've heard stories about him giving wine to them and all that. Like he would, I'm pretty sure it came out of his mouth when I heard it.
Yeah, he said
a bottle of wine.
I heard him say that. Which is kind of weird, didn't he like 30 or something? So if I'm a college student, I'm going to be thinking like, whoa, like what is this dude? Oh, is he trying to get us drunk? Like, what is this?
Right now,
maybe he's just a nice guy. Maybe he's just a nice guy. I don't want to like judge him or whatever, but just
he charges
a college kid might think that's kind of creepy.
He's charging $200 an hour right now to go on YouTube channels or something.
But yeah, man, I ain't trying to take up any time or whatever. I just wanted to say, because old dude was kind of kicking himself, man, about it, saying he was just wrong. He's wrong. We don't know if he's wrong yet,
Mm-hmm.
But I do respect the accountability of him calling and saying he was wrong and all that.
Yes, well,
but I wouldn't say 100% yet, man. Because I'm a weirdo that takes rides at night, and I ain't no killer or stalker or nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna get off here. I just figured I'd call in and throw my 2 cents in. Tell dude not to kick himself so hard.
he was talking about finger looking good and all that. I was like, man,
right? He's gonna eat his fingers if he's wrong.
I was like, damn. But yeah, brother.
But yeah, man. I'll let somebody else get up on here. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, no doubt, my brother. God bless you. Have a good night. Lock your door. Stay safe, and I'll hear from you again soon.
Absolutely.
No
you
doubt.
Too.
Later. Shout out to him. 219-885-9693. Finger looking good. Don't kick your own ass yet. 315, you're live. What's going on?
Trev, what's up, man? Larry.
What's going on, Larry? Talk to us, man. Alibi. What's going on with that alibi? What's your thoughts on it?
I think that's the only move they had. They knew what it did was it was an admission, really. It is an alibi. I know people are saying that it might not be. Technically, yes, it is an alibi. It's a very weak one, but it's one where they're going to be able to say, the state's evidence is going to prove his alibi because they have all this information. So that what they're doing is admitting that, yes, they have a ton of information to prove his car was out there. He was out there. And now they can put that aside. What I want to say, something I haven't said yet.
Mm-hmm.
I only have, and I want to throw this by you. I'm a little shocked.
Mm-hmm.
I only have one person in real life that I discussed these cases with. One of my good friends I grew up with. He actually started his career as a prosecutor. He's in private practice now. And for a while now, when we've been talking about it, and he's like, obviously he's guilty. He was out there. They got him. He goes, at this point, if I'm his defense, and he made a good point that I never even mentioned because I didn't want to give the idea to possibly the prosecution. or I mean the defense, but he goes, if I'm his lawyer, I'm going to tell him, just go out and admit that you're a creep, that you were stalking them, that you used to go and peep through their windows every night. And that night you happened to be peeping through their windows and you saw some creep walk in there and you got nervous and you went in the house to see what was going on and you ended up encountering them. And then you took off and ran. And you got so scared that the guy saw you, you never told anybody because you were scared for your own life, and you found out the next day that the guy was still loose. Sounds crazy, but it would explain possibly his DNA being in the house. Yeah, he would look like a creeper, but it's at least a defense.
Man, do you feel like this objection document hurt them?
Without boring you with the legalities of it, I think it hurt them, but I think it was less about the alibi. They wanted to get that out of the way. From my reading of it, they mentioned many times in their speedy trial, they're trying to, and that's why they continue to file these motions to compel. What she's trying to do is play chess and trying to set up the prosecution, which the prosecution is taking their time with giving them discovery and evidence. She's trying to push the limit, and she wants to make a motion to say they violated his right to a speedy trial. That's evident in this filing. That's what she's trying to set up. And whatever, the thing that blows my mind is the ex parte request for an ex parte meeting with the judge. I've never seen that. And I asked my friend today, and he goes, I've never seen anything like that in my life. He goes, I can't imagine a judge granting that. But yeah, somebody in your comment section tonight made a really good comment that I didn't even think about. Do you remember the Linda Lane footage, right, Trev?
Oh yeah, come on now. We remember that by heart.
Well, you remember there was we saw BK's car, which he's now admitted it. And by the way, that defense I just said, the reason I was able to mention it tonight is because he said in this alibi filing clearly that he was not in that house. He was not in 1122. So he can't go back now on it and say, oh no, I did go in the house that night because I saw somebody get hurt and I tried to help them. Nope, can't say that. You already said now that you were not in the house. So that defense is out the window. But yeah, somebody in your chat made a comment about that Linda Lane footage, if you remember, right after BK leaves.
Mm-hmm.
There's that guy that walks to the SUV, backs out, and drives away.
Yeah.
Is it possible, and I think it was Shelly B in your comment section said it, and I never thought of it. Thought it was a very good point.
426 that happened.
Yes. And she says, is it possible that maybe one of the surviving roommates, maybe Bethany, saw that SUV drive by and made a comment or a statement? Because we don't know what was in her statement to the police. So maybe when the investigators talked to her, she said, oh, I did look out the window. I saw an black SUV go by. Could the defense now, it's a possibility. If I was the defense, I'm going to throw anything. The defense could say, no, he was driving around. But wait, what about that black SUV? She said she saw that.
That's interesting.
I thought it was a good point. I mean, right now we're digging for things, but if I'm the defense, obviously with this alibi thing, the defense is just pretty much admitted.
Yeah, we know our guys on camera.
Yeah, he was there. We could throw all the BK fans out there that wanted to say, oh, he was there, hanging out with one of the roommates. Nope, he already said he wasn't. It wasn't his car. He was home sleeping. Nope, he wasn't home sleeping. So it's crazy.
It is wild. That's the whole shit.
Bottom line is this dude's guilty. I'm more interested in watching the legal moves right now and the way she's,
Yeah.
Nobody likes her, but she has not much to work with here, so she's doing the best she can.
Yeah,
which is what we want. Like your friend Todd said. Even the family and them, I think, would agree.
Man, that's close to Todd because Todd was close to Xana Kernodle and coached her and all that stuff, and is best friends with Jeff. So it's that's why I like hearing what Todd's thoughts are, because I know that he's very close with Xana's family.
Yeah, and that's why he made a good point. We want we want him to get a good defense, because once we fry him and he's convicted, we don't want him to have an appeal. We don't want him to be able to say ineffective counsel. I hope Ann Taylor keeps doing her job, because I'm confident they have the evidence he's going to get convicted.
And that, Larry, we'll leave it on that note. I appreciate you calling in, brother. Thank you for your support to the Rev Gang family. And it was nice to hear from you tonight and dig into that, hearing the story about your friend. You said he does private work now?
Yeah, he's been in private practice for a few years now, but he started off his career in the DA's office.
I'd love to hear from that guy, man. I bet he has some of the wildest stories. I'd love to hear from him one day if he
tells
would.
me. That's why I went to him right away when I saw the ex parte thing. I go, what is it? I mean, I know what an ex parte meeting is, but I've never seen it in a motion like that. And when he even said he was shocked, he goes, I've never seen a request like that. He goes, that just sounds like they have nothing and they're digging and they don't want the prosecution to hear it. He couldn't even think of what legitimately would require that request, and he's been doing this for years. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could get him to come on sometime. He might go on. He's in private practice now, so he could go on the show.
Yeah, I'd definitely love to hear from a prosecution standpoint. I'd love to hear it. Love to hear.
Yeah,
I appreciate you, Larry.
Yeah, I'll try it. I'll let you know, man.
No doubt, my brother. God bless you. Thank you for calling in, man. Lock your doors. Stay safe, and I'll see you in chat, my boy.
Thanks, man.
No doubt. Shout out to Larry, man. 219-885-9693. Keep it coming. 800 people in here. That's awesome, but only 274 likes. 783. Smash that like button. Smash that like button. 9693. Keep them calls rolling in. Keep them calls rolling in. 540. You're on the show. What's going on?
Yo, come on.
What you are on, sir? What is going on? What's your thoughts on this pathetic alibi?
Yes. It reminds me of Eric Clapton's song.
Oh, Eric who?
Eric Clapton's song.
Okay, what does it remind you about Eric?
Don't give me no alibis.
Oh my God!
The hole you dig just keeps getting deeper.
Keep going now.
Nah, man. I talked to you one time before, man. I'm Don from Virginia.
Shout out to you, Don.
Seriously, man. What's going on with this stuff? It's like, tell me you don't have an alibi without telling me you don't have an alibi.
Right.
Is it crazy? Dude, my prediction is he's toast.
Same prediction I got. I've had that prediction for a while now. Man, I think he's toast. I think they got something in their bed. Like I said, I think they got something hidden as of right now that's not public, because obviously there's a gag order on the case and we can only see these documents that drop, but it's obvious that they got something.
Well, I really do think they do too. And I think, just my guess, and I keep up with Jennifer Coffendorfer also.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you've had her on and everything too. But it's just, I think really he's psycho, dude. I think he's just playing a game at this point. I think it's just, how far can I roll this thing out? Because Jennifer was right. If I was him, then the alibi would have been the first thing I said when they put cuffs on me. I wasn't there. I got proof. But he's going to spend 7 months in freaking jail, or however long it's been, and try to play this thing out in court. Who does that?
People who want to try to beat the system or think they're smart enough to beat the system.
Well, I understand that if your prince showed up at a murder trial, not murder trial, I'm sorry. If your prince showed up at a freaking murder scene, or they found a gun with your prints on it, somebody got shot or something like that, and somehow somebody could tie you to it some way, I can understand trying to beat it in court, because no, I've got witnesses here. Oh, we'll take that testimony, or we'll do this, we'll do that, or whatever. This is just not the case, man. This guy's got a habit long-time habit of driving out by himself alone at night. Well, where was he going? Well, I think I know where he was going.
He was going to stalk.
Yeah, I think he was going to 1122 King Street to kill 4 people. That's just my opinion.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and full disclosure here, I just tuned into your channel here tonight, right, like 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
So I'm not caught up on what everyone else has said and voiced already, so I might be repeating things. I don't know.
No, you're good. That's your thoughts. That's why I opened the lines up so I can hear from everybody, because I know everybody's, they're not able to get their thoughts out everywhere.
Well, I just think it's frustrating. I think, well, first of all, it's a damn tragedy of the worst kind.
Mm-hmm.
And if this guy is doing this, and again, you know what? Allegedly, I'll use your word, allegedly. This is my opinion only, but I think the guy did it. I really do. My gut tells me he did it from day one in the first place. You know, and the fact that here we are. How long has it been? Actually, has it been 7 months? Over 7 months? What is it? Where are we at now?
I mean, we're coming around 9 months.
All right, so I'm behind. So 9 months, and this guy's been sitting in jail.
We're coming around now.
For claiming he hasn't done it.
Maybe even 10. I mean, it feels like it's only been a day.
Well, all right. What's your take? Like you keep more up into this than I do.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we still have these people out there going, "No, he's innocent"?
Oh, absolutely, gangs of them.
Well, then, how do they explain this crap?
I have no idea. There's a large BK fan club, and then you got people that are middle of the road, innocent till proven guilty, which I understand that, and they question everything. I get that, but then you got a BK fan club that's BK's innocent. He did not listen. What are you gonna do when you find out that those roommates killed all 4 of them? And you got BK advocates, and then you got people that are middle of the road and question everything like a defense aspect, and then you got people who are saying about the victims and just read through the documents and come up with a logical thought. Oh, wow. DNA at the scene. Oh, wow. There's some video footage. Oh, my God. I mean, that's how I look at it. DNA never lies. I've always stood by that, and I'll never go against it until they prove it was planted.
Well, what has been the best evidence that you've heard yourself, like, since this alibi thing came out and these guys saying he didn't do it? What do they say to that? Because I haven't heard anything about that.
The best evidence is that DNA and him being caught on camera driving around. I mean, that's the best evidence to me. DNA doesn't lie. I haven't seen one thing been put out about them throwing out that DNA. I think that's the best evidence because it puts him right there. But then you got phone pings that put him there and back.
No, I agree with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking you is the people that are saying he's innocent, what's their response to saying, he didn't do it, and then he says, well, I've been out here driving around all night, and I don't have anybody to prove it, but that's just my alibi. What did the guy saying he's innocent have to say to that?
That's a good question, and I would like for somebody who thinks he's innocent still to call in. I want to hear from him. I want to hear why, what your thoughts are. Break it down.
And I'll tell you the truth. You know what? I just thought about it. I think he probably actually really was out there driving around all night by himself, and he does probably actually have a witness that could testify for him. Unfortunately, that witness is located at 1122 King Street. I think she said, yep, there's a tall guy here with bushy eyebrows.
Who shuts their phone off while they're out driving around. Yeah, no doubt. Agreed,
Yeah.
Janelle.
Yeah, I think he's got one witness that could testify for him. I don't think it's going to be good for him.
Yeah, same for me, Spencer. Same for me. Man, I'm telling you, look, I'd love to hear from somebody who thinks he's innocent. I mean, call in 219-885-9693. I'd love to hear from you. My guy on the phone wants to know what people think too still. So if there is anybody that's on that fine line of you do think he's innocent, or you not that you think he's innocent, but there's still certain things that you question, I'd love to hear from you respectfully.
Well, there are people out there definitely saying, oh, he's definitely innocent. You're jumping the gun. And now you got this. So what's their take on that? I'd love to hear the rebuttal to that.
I mean, and I'm glad you said that. That's what I want to hear from. I want to hear from them at some point tonight, which I'll be on for a little while. So I'm sure we'll get somebody that, still has some questions, which there's plenty of people that have questions. But I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you calling in. Don from Virginia, right?
Yeah, man.
I appreciate you, Don from Virginia. Shout out to you. God bless you and your family. I hope you've been doing well. Keep them doors locked, and hopefully I'll hear from you again soon.
Hey, man, no problem. You have a good night, all right?
You too, Don. Stay safe, my brother.
Love your show, man.
Thank you, my man.
Yep.
Don, the MVP, 219-885-9693. I want to hear from you. You don't have to be somebody who believes it. And it's, but I do want to hear from you. I want to hear from all sides, right? 757 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, Trev, it's Donna.
What's going on, Donna?
How are you tonight?
I am hanging in there. What's going on? 5 minutes, 30 seconds. The floor is yours.
Well, I spent the day today kind of going over all these documents. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And just doing some research and reading. And one of the things that I was feeling about the alibi is I was one of those people that was sitting on the fence. And it wasn't because I think he's innocent. Just when we had that conversation a couple weeks ago when you said, at this moment right now, would you convict him?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't feel comfortable with that, But looking at this alibi, to me it seems like if he's a sharper tool in the shed, which he could be, you never know. They're saying they're looking at for habit patterns. So say, for instance, what if he knew something like that? What if he knew that habit patterns could bring an alibi to him, bring an alibi or make an alibi credible for him. And so I was thinking about that, because they're saying that they can prove that he was riding around on a regular basis in the same kind of area,
mm-hmm.
turning off his phone, or pinging off certain cell towers, things like that. I mean, they can use that as an alibi, from what I read today. But it has to be consistent. It has to be something that is like a regular standard thing that he would do.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the car, being able to determine where his location was. It's the same thing as with the phone. That's kind of what I got out of that. But one of the things too is it seems to me from reading this also that the state seems to be, I don't want to say dragging their feet, but it looks like the defense has requested 3 times for discovery, and they've had to go to the judge and ask the judge to request the discovery be given to them, and evidently they're getting something weekly from the state. They've got the transcript, but they're not getting it quick enough in the time frame that they're wanting it, because October is like right around the corner,
mm-hmm.
and they need to be able to go over this evidence. So to me, it kind of seems like, is the state dragging their feet so that there's a chance to waive a speedy trial? And according to this document, Brian Koberg is the only one that can decide that if the time comes, because it said on the document that I was trying to find it, that for them to waive I'm sorry. My train of thought just left me. But it just says that, to me, the way I understood it was, if they're going to waive a speedy trial, if they get to the point where they're not getting enough discovery, that they have to back off the speedy trial. It's up to Brian Koberger if he wants to do that or not. Take it after what it's worth, because I lost my train of thought on that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last thing I was thinking about was the ex parte at the very end of the documentation, which basically is just saying, leave me alone until court. If you leave me alone, then I'll, and give me permission to meet with the judge, I'll give him all the information he wants. That's the way I took it in reading it and looking it up. I Googled ex parte. When would you use that? And it is very rare to find this at the end of a document like this. So what I saw was, if they leave him alone and quit asking him for details and information, that he would agree to to request an ex parte from the judge, to meet with the judge and give him specific details. So to me, that just seems like, okay, what kind of details would you want to meet with a judge for
Mm-hmm.
if you haven't done what they say you've done? You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like it's a little confusing, because he's saying he wasn't there, so that wipes out DoorDash, that kind of wipes all that out, because if he wasn't there, he wasn't doing those things, supposedly.
Right.
So the ex parte, what details could he be holding that he would want to meet with the judge alone, to go over?
Who knows?
That's just an interesting
I think
thing
it's a
for me.
play. I think it's a play. It's just a play they're trying to pull.
Yeah. But anyway, that's it.
Well, I
Hope everybody's
appreciate you,
doing
Donna.
well.
Yeah, of
How's your
course.
grandma?
She's. The last time I talked to my dad was yesterday. She's going through hospice. That's all. So she's in pain, and they're giving her pain medication and stuff like that. Last time I talked to my dad yesterday. So,
Keeping y'all in my prayers.
well, I appreciate you, Donna. God bless you. Thank you for calling in. Lock your doors. Stay safe. And like I said, always good hearing from you. We love you too.
Love you, Trev.
Love you back. God bless. Shout out to Donna. 219-885-9693. Susie Q says, I love the intro song, Trev. Thank you. I appreciate that. I own that song. Not gonna be able to meet with the judge without prosecution present. No way. You do DoorDash with your phone off anyway. 406, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hi.
Hey, what's going on? You're live.
Can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to call in because I think that all of this is so crazy, and just hearing what everybody is saying has been so interesting. But I'm kind of on team. Well, I'm really on team. I think that he's guilty. And I think that he's just playing games with the justice system. And I either think that he's the smartest criminal or the dumbest criminal ever. And I just can't really figure that out yet. And I think that it's really scary for me, and kind of, I've just been thinking through, like, I really think that he studied for this a lot. And one thing that I was thinking about is like the whole vegan thing, because he went to the restaurant where the girls work.
Mm-hmm.
And, he was going there, he was ordering vegan food. And I think at some point, maybe not interacting with them, but still seeing them, because everyone there said that they knew that he was just really difficult. And so I've kind of been wondering too, how long has he been saying like, oh, I'm a strict vegan? Or could that have all just been a ploy, like to set up this whole ordeal,
Right. About him being vegan?
Yeah, because I think that he may have had his eye on them for a really long time. Like, he was going to the university, he was going around town, even though he didn't attend the university. So I'm like, well, I wonder how long he was, vegan, or if he just started going into their restaurant, like following them, like maybe he had his eye on one of them. But I think it's really alarming that people at the university, he didn't even go to that university, and they said that he was in the common areas like multiple times a week just watching people.
I know, but I'll still question those, the ID in a glove in a box. And there's just so much that we don't know about that they possibly have. I mean, they conducted that search warrant over there in Pennsylvania at his parents' house, and he was separating trash. I mean, I wonder how all that's going to play out when it's brought up in court too. I wonder if they're even going to bring that up, which I'm sure they will. Because if you're separating your trash from everybody else's, that's weird.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very weird. I think that that's something I've wondered too with the cards, like what exact cards are in there. But I think that, we'll know soon enough. But that's interesting what the caller said before me about establishing a pattern of like driving at night, because I also agree that can be somewhat normal. But, I think driving at that time of night and turning off your phone isn't normal. I don't know about you, but usually if you're driving, you're listening to music, and that music's usually on your phone. So
my Wi-Fi don't get turned. I don't turn mine off. I don't turn it off. And I definitely don't turn my phone off either.
Yeah, I don't think very many people do. I think that most everybody would just not turn it off for that period of time.
In case I got a burner phone nobody knows about.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Well, I heard too that there was a camera right outside the back that they say was hearing audio, and then I saw another thing that said no, there's a light bulb camera and it doesn't pick up audio. So I'm wondering too, do you know, is there any camera at all at 1122, like front or back?
I'm glad you brought that up, and there's something that if you haven't seen, Chronicles of Olivia did an interview with Steve and the family of Kaylee Gonsalves, and I brought this up probably every stream since, that she said specifically on there that the food truck footage solidified the timeline for her because she's seen Maddie and Kaylee get home on Ring video. Specific words. That's what she said. Ring video.
Wow.
I seen them get home at 1:56 on Ring video. So there has to be a camera to see them get home at 1:56.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to expose myself too far here, but I work for Amazon, so I actually work on those products. So I know that if that exists, there is audio there.
So there would be audio on that Ring cam.
Oh yeah, definitely. There would be audio because anytime it picks up anything or like a movement, it's going to track that, and then it'll be in the app. So if her sister has the app, she is able to go back, or I guess there's a 30-day time limit on it. So within the first 30 days, she could have went back and she could have like reviewed that and reviewed the audio. But she also could have saved all those hours as well, and just kept it in her Ring app. So I do know that the data exists. I tend to think though, like with the FBI there, they know more than probably any of us know. So they've probably pulled all of this. They've probably already put in, subpoena to Amazon or like a warrant to get that information. So I'm sure that like they've covered their bases, or at least, I really hope so, because after 30 days, all of that goes away. So it can be really hard to get after that.
I can't wait to see. A lot of people are speculating that it's the camera next door, the 1112, that seen them get home. But I mean, for her to say I seen them get home at 1:56 and that solidified the timeline for her is just, I mean, that's a broad statement, that speaks wonders to me when I hear it. You know what I mean?
When you work with a coach, do you ever have any like way maybe of getting someone from the family on, or because of the gag order, they're just like not even willing to discuss that?
Nah, some people Some people will, some people won't. It just depends who you talk to. A lot of the families are grieving right now. They don't want to be on media, or they don't want to even be on social media and stuff like that. So when they do come out and talk, it's to clear up misinformation or stuff like that. But yeah, I haven't I haven't really talked to any of the family members.
Yeah. I think the secrecy around the trial is pretty concerning, though. Like, I think that the state definitely needs to start receiving or giving a little bit more information, just because, like, I think that's where a lot of people are having concerns, right? They're like, this isn't lining up, or this doesn't make sense. But I think, like, in America, there's a reason that we don't have, like, trials in secret. We do need some visibility, and hopefully that'll come soon. But I know we're over time, so thank you for your time, and I love your show.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. Lock your doors, and thank you for having a voice in the community. And hopefully we hear from you again.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. I see 310 called in. 816 was trying to get in the mix. 310, you're on the show. What's going on?
Hey, yeah, I was just calling because I think that I'm still unsure about whether or not he's guilty or innocent. And I just want to talk about it.
Yeah, let's break it down for us.
All right, cool. So basically, my thought process is that we got a lot of speculation about whether or not he was, like, first of all, we assume that the car is the car that had something to do with the murder. We don't know that. We don't have a murder weapon, right?
Right.
And I think for me, that's a big deal. They got a sheath, but we're assuming the sheath belongs to the murder weapon. Now, I was listening to them talk about transfer DNA, and they talked about this case about this one homeless guy that was treated by a paramedic.
Right.
And they connected him to a murder, but they found out that he didn't do it. It was just the paramedic was the one who transferred his DNA to this murder, and then they found the actual murderer. So my thing is with Kohberger is that, I mean, a lot of stuff makes sense. Don't get me wrong. A lot of things, like especially like this latest, the latest thing that he said about, hey, he drives around a lot. I mean, that does sound bad, but at the same time, if there's a camera somewhere that shows him based on their timeline somewhere else, then that could also exonerate him the same way that it could convict him.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
So so for me, a lot of things, and I hear so many rumors online, right? Like so many people say things like, latent shoe prints and everything, and I think they said he has like a size 13. Now, if they find out that shoe print isn't a size 13, a lot of people are going to say, well, maybe it was just one of the investigators who didn't have proper PPE on when they were walking around, right? Plus, the other thing that bothers me is the two other DNA profiles that are unnamed, right? That bothers me because, if by some chance one of those individuals, like let's say, because the thing in my head was he may have done it with someone else, right? Like because the thing is, I don't understand, and people have said, oh, it's totally possible that this guy in about 8 minutes maybe took out 4 people, including a guy who was a pretty big guy, pretty athletic by all accounts. And then I look at Kohberger, he looks kind of like maybe a swimmer, but definitely a runner. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I know he took some kind of, fighting classes, whatever, but this seemed like more of a professional kind of job. Now, some people say, well, you could just go in, stab, and kill everyone. Not to be crass about, murder victims, because that's not what I'm about. I just want to say, though, that it's one thing to kill one person, but if everybody's scurrying around, and maybe they weren't, like, because at the beginning, the other thing that bothered me too, I know I'm kind of all over the place about it because so many things running through my head.
It happens.
But But the other thing that bothered me was the initial report from the police said that everybody was asleep by 2, right? We found out later on that that wasn't true. So when we have these different things that are happening throughout, it creates doubt in my head about whether or not they're accurate about what they're saying. So, and every time something comes up, like when we get the video that shows the car driving around, and then we find out, well, maybe someone, added a timestamp. It adds more doubt for me instead of, pushing me closer towards, Kohberger doing it. But I will say the one thing that has happened with this alibi, I think the reason why, I think 2 things. Number one, I think they weren't really trying to get this case dismissed. What they were trying to do was they were trying to force another, like, kind of a preliminary trial. So they knew that was absurd. If the judge goes, oh yeah, sure, we'll just throw out the case, then they win. But what they were trying to do, and I think Ian Taylor's really smart, she's trying to get her point across in that she feels she wasn't getting information she needed. So what they were going to do is give the littlest bit of an alibi at this point so that they could say, we did it, but also to put inside that, in that document that, look, we weren't treated fairly. And so we're going to drag our feet and we're not going to give our hand up to the prosecution so they can spend time dissecting the alibi. So what they're going to do, I think, is they're going to go to court when it's time, and they're going to say, well, we gave our alibi, and we're going to try to dissect, because the burden of proof is on the prosecution. So they have to prove that he did it. So they're going to try to dissect his information to see if, dissect the prosecutor's information to see if they can get him off based on that. And I don't know. I feel like this guy, in my head, it's hard for me to go all the way and say, yeah, he did it, because there's a lot of
right.
And so for me, those dumb moves don't equal this guy who's a hyper genius, like a lot of people are trying to portray him as. Now, once you add in things like, emotion, adrenaline, and, being afraid of being caught, sure, you can make mistakes. So in that perspective, I could say, yeah, you know what? Maybe he did it. But I still, like, because you were asking about if there's anybody who's on the fence or doesn't believe he did it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of on the fence about it. And that's all really I have right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're on the fence about it, right? What is for you, do you think the DNA was planted? As somebody who's on the fence, I'm just curious of your mindset of like where you're at with that.
So here's my thing. I don't think it's that insidious. Like, I don't think that it was a situation where, the cops were like, okay, we're going to get this guy.
Right.
But at the same time, I do feel like a lot of times cops, when they see something that feels a certain way, they kind of retrofit their evidence to support someone they think fits the profile. So I think what could have happened, 2 things could happen. Either one, it could have been totally like a trace situation, like the homeless guy thing I was talking about earlier, or it could be a situation where we don't know. This knife sheath could have been something that he, sold, gave to someone.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow it got there. I don't know, but there's a lot of possibilities more than just he came in with a weapon that we don't even know is the murder weapon and had a knife sheath. And then the other part is, did he have a belt on? Like, how was he carrying it around? Those are the things that I kind of think about when I think about the case. So for me, I would say I don't necessarily think the cops did anything insidious, but I do think they were really sloppy in different ways, which we've all seen. That video that you've shown a million times, because I watch your show a lot, where you see everybody walking around, people don't have PPE on and doing all these other things. Anything's possible in a town that's so small, and a town that has, what did they say, 22,000 of that vehicle rolling around. I mean, I live in LA, and I know someone who has Washington plates, who has an Elantra. You know what I mean? And it's like, whoa. And I think it's probably because it's an affordable car that's reliable, those type of things. So everybody kind of has one.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, when I throw all those little factors into the machine of my mind, I kind of get the on the fence thing about it.
Well, I appreciate you breaking that down for us, brother. Good and great phone call, by the way. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts and opinions, man. Keep being a voice in the community, and hopefully I hear from you again soon.
Appreciate you, and keep doing what you're doing. And like I said, thanks a lot for allowing me to speak on what I was thinking about.
Yeah, anytime you got anything on your mind, man, call in.
Appreciate it. I will. Thanks, T-REV. Have a good night.
No doubt, brother. You too. God bless you and your family, man.
All right. Thanks, man. You too. Peace.
Thank you. Shout out to him, man. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. We want to hear from you. Call in. 219-885-9693. What's going on, Mom? Mom life is having a wonderful night. Thank you. I hope you're having a good night too. I just woke up not too long ago from a nap. 9:05, you're live. What's going on?
Yeah, no, I want to talk, bruh.
What's going on, my man?
Yeah, no, talking about the blood.
Okay.
Blood dripping out of the house.
Yeah.
And no trace.
Mm-hmm.
No, makes no sense. How do you have blood dripping out of the house? No track of blood coming out nowhere towards the car or towards anything.
You got echo in the background? I think it might be the live playing. If you could pause it for me, I appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
You're good, bro. Can you pause it for me?
I'll lower it down.
Thank you, my boy. I appreciate it. Here, I'll pause you up too while you're doing that. You lower that.
No, yeah, the blood trace. How can you explain? Yeah, how can you explain the amount of blood and there's nothing, traced into the parking lot, into a car?
Mm-hmm. I can still hear it playing in the background. It's hard for people to hear when it's playing in the background. That's why I asked if you mute it, please. I'd appreciate it. Because it's not on time with this. Are you there?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, brother. If you just pause it, or you can go back and listen. It'll be there. It's just behind. It's like on a delay of like 20 seconds. I can't hear him, man. Shout out to that dude. 219-885-9693. I can't hear. I hear echo, and then I don't hear no response back. But shout out to that guy. He said caller high as fuck. Damn. What's going on? She said Arlene, because they were together that night, I'm assuming, but I think that's shitty and unnecessary of the defense. He said it's Miller time for this caller. Woods as well. Yeah, this is the
6 tips.
You guys remember this?
And all will be processed, vetted, investigated, and cleared. We've done over 90 interviews in this case so far.
Jeff H, it's never too late. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, how you doing tonight?
Chilling, man. What's going on?
Not too much. I love to listen to everybody's theories and things that everybody's thinking about, and because it causes me to think about my own theory on everything. But I don't know. You feel like hearing my theory? Maybe I've said it too much, and it involves a bucket.
Go ahead, let fire off.
But yeah, no, I really think BK drove up to the back of the house after going around the neighborhood there like a shark many times, trying to decide, is this the night to do this? And is this the house to do this? Maybe this wasn't even the only target he thought about, that this was the one he's driving around. Because he likes to drive around at night, consider his targets, you know, he just likes to drive, right? So anyway, he picked this target. He parks behind the house after going around it, deciding he's going and lays the shower curtain down, just drops it down by the back sliding glass door that he knows is probably got a broken lock, possibly, because he's like hung out there and creeped on the house. Or maybe and those times he was driving around, he happened to see maybe Kaylee took the dog out or something and perhaps noticed that. Anyway, I'm going with like a possible broken lock or an easy lock to get in. I think he went in the sliding glass door, got the shower curtain, maybe even a bucket laying out by the back door. Something he can step out onto and disrobe and put all the knife, the mask, the one-piece Dickie outfit, throw it in the bucket, wrap it up in a shower curtain. That's the idea, basically. But he goes through the back door, goes through the kitchen, and the people say, well, if he doesn't know the layout of the house, he must have known the house. If you're watching the back from the back parking lot, you see the top floor window is your goal. Maddie's room is that's your goal. If you go in through the kitchen, the only thing you've got to look for is stairs that go upward. You don't really need to know the layout of the house. Go in the kitchen, first stairs he sees to the right, go up. He goes up there. I think he is doing his thing to Maddie first. I think Kaylee is in her room and the dog might alert her to something going on in Maddie's room. From downstairs below Murphy, sounds like somebody's playing with the dog, but Murphy's freaking out like, don't you hear that? There's a dude here. That smells like blood to me. Kaylee, get up out of the bed. Kaylee goes in, tries her best to stop what has already started happening to Maddie. Same thing happens to Kaylee, unfortunately. And I'm sure, maybe his only intent was to just do what he did to Maddie and leave. Now here comes somebody else that he's got to deal with. Maybe he didn't expect to have that happen. Maybe he needs both hands. The hand that had the knife sheath, he's dropped it or he's placed it on the bed there to deal with this new. And then when he throws her onto the bed after doing what he did, it's possible he's like, wait, where's the knife sheath? And it's like, I don't have time to be looking under the bed. I do not want to be like cutting myself or, I've got this knife with no sheath. I just got to get out of here. Goes downstairs. I think sees Xana heading out of the kitchen, maybe going to her bedroom with some food to eat,
right.
DoorDash food. He's not familiar with the house, right? I think he trips on that the step right there by the Dylan's door that goes up into the living room. I think he trips on that trying to chase after Xana, but he manages to catch up to her, does what he does to her. Ethan is probably asleep, I think, and just starting to wake up. Yes, he can be bigger than you. He can be bigger than you, but if he's asleep and he's just waking up and you are all over him with a big old K-bar knife, I'm sorry, that's over. I think he remains on the bed. I think the bed soaks up a lot of the stuff that people are wondering, why didn't it get on Brian? I think the bed soaked it up in both cases, upstairs and on the second floor, except for Xana. Maybe there's a possibility he could have stepped in something there. But then on the way out, the key thing is that he remembers tripping on that stair by Dylan's door. He doesn't want to do that again. He's got a knife in his hand with no sheath. You don't want to be tripping when you've got a knife in your hand like that. And it just so happens he's looking down at the stairs, looking down, makes a nice visual, if you were trying to photograph, like, hey, I just want to photograph your eyebrows, tilt your head down just a little bit, stand in front of that good vibes light that's going to light your face up. I'm a photographer, this is how I would do it. Perfect view for Dylan to see with just her door cracked open a little bit. This strange guy is coming up with bushy eyebrows and a mask. There's just been some noise. What's going on here? Sees the bushy eyebrows. Sees him go out the back door. Closes her door. It's like, what the hell's going on here? I think once outside the door, he just simply steps onto the shower curtain that's on the ground, puts everything in the bucket, wraps it up nice and neat. Could be naked by now at this point. Maybe that's what Bethany saw from. Maybe she went outside the house and went around the side and looked up the hill. Saw him.
I think that the naked shit came from Daily Mail, didn't it? Just that's
I
all.
don't know
That's
I don't know if there's any real truth to that. But if it is true, if it's something true, you gotta fit it into your theory. You can't have a theory and just discount things that are true.
Mhm.
So I do try to consider that. But I really think that at this point, now you've got a guy naked, blood free, holding what probably looks like a bucket. Looks like I think of it because my wife and I love to go to eat crab legs, snow crab legs. They come in a big old thing wrapped up. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but so you basically have a shower curtain with a bucket inside it wrapped up nice and neat, puts it in the trunk. That's the only place where there's blood. If there's none on him, you see surgeons do it all the time after surgery. They just robe. They don't go into a meeting and say, "Hey, Fred, you got blood all over you."
Right.
Oh man, I'm sorry. My bad. He goes into his car. Where's the blood? In the passenger car compartment, in the driver's seat? No. Blood is only in the trunk, and it's sealed.
Right.
And is he good with sealing things up? I mean, he's going through trash all the time. He's very meticulous about blood, about DNA, about separating trash, constantly thinking about where his DNA is. So there you go. There's my theory anyway.
And I appreciate you calling in with it.
The reason I like to share it is because it has evolved a little bit over time, but it seems to be holding pretty firm with this right here. And you've said that there was some police officers that said, that bucket theory is pretty good. So
I have a theory.
I'm pending until I hear something else. I think it's pretty solid.
No doubt. Well, Jeff Ace, I appreciate you calling in, my brother. Great phone call as usual. And
appreciate it, T.
I appreciate you even calling in and sharing with us. So God bless you, brother. Lock your doors. Hope you're enjoying the night with your wife and the chat and getting it in, man. You performed last night. You had an open concert. Shit was going crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch up with my sleep after last night. So
no doubt, man. Same here. No doubt, Jeff. I'll talk to you a little bit later, my brother. God bless you, man. Lock your doors. Hope the family's doing well, and I'll talk to you in a little bit.
All right. Bye-bye.
Let it. Shout out to Jeff. Before I open up the lines to get in, though, my theory. I'll tell you what I think happened later. 219-885-9693. Thoughts. I see people calling, so I'm gonna let it go. I was about to tell you what my theory is, but I'll wait to the end of this live to tell you what my theory is because I want to hear from everybody else. You guys probably been watching people all day long talk without getting the word out. So 219-885-9693. Call in and give us your thoughts. So glad you called in, Jeff H. Great call. Enjoyed it. Great call. Enjoyed it. Obsessed for Disneyland says, I think that elaborating or speculating on the specific nature of the victims does both a disservice to them and their families. Please consider that. 412, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, what's going on, T? This is Alaya.
Pittsburgh. I know your voice by heart, right?
Huh?
You said I know your voice by heart, right? Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Of course, you should by now.
What's going on though? Talk to us. 5 minutes 30 seconds. I'm gonna hit that clock. Drop some knowledge on us.
I mean, I'm kind of sticking with how Jeff said it. I mean, I honestly, I've always thought that maybe the footprint is actually something coming through a coverage for the foot, but I'll just wait for the prosecution to come up with it. But about that driving around, every day, I swear to God, every day this case just gets so interesting. It makes me not about the families, but it makes me laugh. Brian Kohlberger has got to be this. Like they keep saying, oh, he must be the most unluckiest. No, he is the dumbest. He is so fucking stupid. Like you leave the knife sheath, you're running around, you're stabbing people, and just all of this. He's just dumb. But anyway, what I've come up with is what I've noticed. I don't know if anybody else has, but whenever Brian, during this session, during court, is asked something, when he has to answer, it's funny. He always answers it honestly. He either answers honestly or he stays silent. He doesn't lie about where he was. He was driving around. Absolutely. When they asked him about what did they ask him? What came out? And it was like everything. He just comes out and just says it. And when they asked him was he guilty or not, he stayed silent. I honestly think that this case is revolving around what he wants to happen. Like, I'm sure Ann Taylor is a great lawyer. I'm so sure. But some of this case law and all of this other hyperbole that's pushed around in this trial, it's all educational, like first grade school or something. Like, it's like he has studied the law. We all know this. Not just criminology, but psychology. He studied the laws of the case, what's going on around it. And I always say his point for the whole murder situation had more to do with court than it had to do with the actual murders, and or it was both very important for him. So I'm just waiting. I don't, and it's just odd the way Ann Taylor wants to take it back to the preliminary. Did he have a plan for the preliminary? What did he want to do in the preliminary that we got to go back to the preliminary? Because she can't possibly think that we would not say, well, he has to go to court. At this point, he has to go to court. Whether he's innocent or not, you got a lot of answers that we need answers.
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot of questions that you need to answer. But what I'm really checking out is he's showing some of his, I'm sorry to say it like this, but his Pennsylvania traits, where you want to be honest or you just don't want to talk because you know that if you lie, someone's going to notice or peep that you're lying. So you try to stay within this little odd box or let people decide for you what you're actually trying to say, but the whole time you're still telling the truth. And it's just weird. I mean, have you noticed that?
I noticed a lot of weird ass shit.
Like, I think that's what's really got this case so meaty, where everybody wants to hear it, see what's happening, what's going on. Because if he had done the normal things that we expect, like we expect for him to say not guilty, he doesn't say not guilty. He stays silent. Okay. They go through the whole all of the paperwork. Oh, we don't want to talk about the paperwork of all what you've got against us. We want to talk about this grand jury. You get into fighting about the grand jury. We don't want to kill the grand jury. What we want to do is just go to the preliminary. And we're going to go through these people. We're going to talk to Bethany and we're going to talk to Dylan and we're going to kick butt. And
right.
At some point, I'm beginning to feel like the preliminary was a part of Brian's plan. I don't know what he was going to do in it because he's a little off. He's a little crazy. He's a little goofy. But I just got this, I don't know, it's something is chewing at me that's telling me he wants to tell us what he did, but he wants us to guess what he did first. And he's going to play with it.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I'm gonna always say, okay, innocent until proven guilty. I'm with that. I'm leaning towards guilt. I really am. I'm sorry if people feel like I should not consider him to be pretty much guilty, but I'm leaned all the way into the guilty. I'm pushing towards the guilty. I'm gonna sit and listen, but I'm looking, like I always say, if you look at what he's done, all of his behavior, it all just leads up to, I did this. I mean, you got him going to garbage. He's putting away stuff. He's wearing gloves. You got his sister looking at him like he's a nut, and he's just going, "Oh well, I don't know. I'm gonna go check his car." They check the car. There's nothing there. They can't find anything. Then they bust into his house. Now they have him under arrest for everything. But at the same time, you're just trying to figure out, like, I just can't really explain it. It's just really weird, everything that's going on. You hear Steve, he's basically telling you he did this. Like, they're like, "Oh no, I think they've got a good participant." You know, he's just like, "Yep, let's go to court. We're ready to go to court." You've got his wife talking about seeing things on Ring cameras. No one's mentioned a Ring camera, but he said it was a Ring camera. And then you got the Ring camera, you got the footprint, you don't have any DNA, but you're not saying that there's no DNA of his in the house. So you got to wait around to find out, is it in the house? What's going on? And right. I'm just really looking forward to the court hearing, because it's gonna be fire. I've got the jacket on.
Yeah, no. Athena was brought this and she said, "I bought this for you." So I was like, "All right, let me check it out. Might as well put it on."
And it matched. It matches that real well.
All right, it's just a race car jacket. I was like, "All right, let me check it out."
But yeah, I believe how Jeff believes with the bucket, everything in the bucket. I don't know if he came out of the house naked.
I don't think he had a bucket.
Naked.
I just don't think he had a bucket. I think, but I'll tell my theory in a minute. I don't think he had a bucket. You know, a bucket's too much.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I personally believe that Brian Kohlberger, but I'll tell my theory after I get off the phone with you. Because I got a theory on exactly what I think. I don't think he had a bucket. I mean, I get it. I get where Jeff's going with that, but I don't think he had a bucket.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be a bucket. It could be the shower curtain.
That's just another place. If you bought a bucket, they'd be able to find out. You know, they get a receipt, bucket. There's usually a receipt with everything that you buy.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, because they sure did take everything that he bought, like every little thing that he could have possibly had, from the credit cards to the receipts to Walmart to everything is right there and ready to go. But all I was saying was, like I said, the families tell it all. You got the Gonzalez's. I don't know why everybody keeps thinking about some drugs. That just irks my nerves. The Gonzalez's are rich.
Right.
Period. And their daughter, they were so proud. That cute little girl, she done went out here and worked. We could have bought her a car, but she wanted to do it herself. And she saved up her money from her job so she could go get her a car. And Steve didn't want her to get that Land Rover, but she got the Land Rover anyway. Ha ha. But anyway, and they're explaining it to you without telling you. And the one family that's telling me the most of the story hasn't really said a word, and that's Brian Kohlberger's family.
Yeah, it's wild. Well, Ali, I appreciate you calling in, and I'm gonna tell everybody my theory. I keep seeing people say, "Come on, tell us." All right, I got
one more thing, real quick.
Go ahead.
I need for everybody to understand that the PCA said what Dylan said. That friend, quote unquote, that called in to one of the shows and said, "No, she said this, that, and the third, and why don't y'all be quiet?" I think I'm going to put that in the same box that I put all of the other rumors, because it just doesn't line up all the way completely to me. But I just wanted to let you know, that's a rumor that she said, "Shut up." It's not a rumor that she said she was scared for a second or something. But I just wanted to say that, okay?
No doubt.
Right.
I appreciate you, Pittsburgh. Shout out to you for calling in. I hope your family's doing well, grandbabies, everybody. God bless you, and thank you for being a part of the Rev Game family and having a voice in the community.
Absolutely. I love this show. I swear I'm down to one show. I don't even have time unless I feel like listening to a clown, and I might watch Harsh. Oh, excuse me, but I might watch something else. All right.
No doubt. Shout out to Pittsburgh. Thank you, Pittsburgh. Shout out to Pittsburgh. We appreciate it, man. Look though, my theory is that Brian Kohlberger stalked the target, and the target for him comes down to two people for me: Madison or Xana. I used to think Kaylee, but now I think Xana or Madison, but specifically Xana for a reason. Just for a reason of, if you look at his ex-girlfriends, I think that he became obsessed with Xana, stalked her, allegedly, all allegedly, right? Stalked her and staked out that house that night. I think that he even went to the residence beforehand. I think that Brian Kohlberger has went to this residence beforehand and even practiced opening the door at night, walking in when people were sleeping, knew their movements, their calculations. He had everything down to who went and partied there. He was watching. This is just my theory. I think that he watched so much that he learned the patterns of the house on 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. I believe that he had everything down packed. He had staked it out so much that he knew when certain shit was going on. And I think that even beforehand, he might have even parked on Walenta and went in the house and maybe heard in something and went back out and waited and then drove around a couple more times to wait for lights to turn off as an indication, okay, they're sleeping now. So let me go ahead and go for it. They're sleeping now. It's, so he parks. He comes around on that fourth time that you see on the Linda Lane footage, parks on the side, gets out, goes in, does what he does. He's already got, he got to Xana. I don't know what would make him go upstairs, that's why I say Xana and Madison, because maybe he had Xana and Madison as targets also, but I specifically think it was Xana. I don't know what makes me think that, but I do. But also it's possible that it could have been both of them, right? Which is why he went up that stairs with that night in general. That's why he went up them stairs because I think that he went in and got to Xana first, or not Xana first, but Ethan. And then Xana, which is why she would have defensive wounds, because if you go back and listen to the presser, I think it's the second presser, Lanier comes out and says some of the victims had defensive wounds. So right there shows you that there's defensive wounds. Did he grab, rip skin, anything like that? I don't know. I'm hoping and I pray to God that one of these victims were able to get a hold of him and just rip into something, whether it be his neck. I don't care where, because bang, bada boom. You already have his DNA from under that sheath. Now, people talking about this sheath being planted there by him. I've seen that being talked about. So did Brian Kohlberger leave a sheath there that he thought he wiped down fully? Now, this is one or two things, and this is just my theory, and it has a couple twists and turns to it. But did Brian Kohlberger wipe down this sheath and leave it intentionally between them and thinking that he left all the DNA off of it so they had a red herring, which is somebody mentioned in chat tonight? Or did he really lose that sheath during a struggle? Because it was placed right by a victim. Did he just move the victim and set the sheath right there, thinking, I done wiped this bad boy with DNA. It's gone now. The DNA is gone, so they're going to be going crazy over this. Or is it logical that he lost it during the struggle? I think he either lost it during the struggle or he put it there thinking that he completely wiped it all the way down. That's just my opinion on that part. So when he leaves, this is my thought on when he leaves and my theory on when he leaves. When he leaves, he takes his clothes off, puts them in a garbage bag, everything that he had on, because he had an extra pair of clothes with him in that vehicle that he could go right around the corner with this garbage bag that he threw in the trunk or in his back seat, wherever. He took his clothes off, put them in the garbage bag, shoes including, had maybe some slides, a shirt, and some pants that he could toss on real quick with a little hoodie. After, and took that trash bag somewhere and got rid of it, whether it be, which I don't think he would get rid of it in the trash. I think he burned it. I think he burned this trash bag. He went out somewhere that he already planned. In his mind, he calculated, all right, I'm going to go over here and burn this trash bag here because it's a desolate area. I mean, we already seen what those roads look like out there in Idaho, right? And this is just my theory, and it could go a couple different ways. Like I said, he could have been stalking Xana, just Xana, but then it doesn't make sense there. It would have to be Xana and Madison because Ethan and Kaylee weren't even supposed to be there. That's why I came. That's my theory right now. And that's what I believe happened. I think he staked them out, went in, did what he did, maybe went to Xana's room first and got Ethan. And he was waiting for lights to be turned off like they usually would be. You know what I mean? Like when somebody stakes an area so much, a stalker, a peeping Tom, whatever you want to call him, it could be any one of those. They stalk the area good. They're not just going to walk into a friggin' house that has multiple cars parked out front randomly. You're not going to, you know what I mean? You go right around and be like, yeah, there's 6 cars there. Let me go in here and challenge myself. Let me go in here and just challenge myself and see if I can get through everybody in here. No, I don't think it went down that way. I think that he calculated he preyed on his victim for months and he drew this plan up and it backfired. The perfect murder backfired on him, which is why he had the surveys and different questions out there. I don't know. That's just my thought and a quick theory breakdown, but that's what I think. I don't think there's no buckets. I think it's like I said, a trash bag. He had a separate pair of clothes with him in that vehicle, and he took that trash bag to a desolate area that he already mapped out, and he went and burned that shit. Now that's what I think about Brian Kohlberger. Burned and buried, either or. Either or. What's going on, Jamie? Welcome. Hey, T-REV, and everyone. Glad I caught this at 2:30 a.m. You're worth it. I'm beat. I never sleep tonight. I'll do more listening than engaging, but I'm here. I appreciate you coming by. Marin Sweet says, thank you for telling us your theory, T-REV. I mean, that's just what I came to, that's what I came up with as of today. Like, just thinking about it. Because like I said, Ethan and Kaylee were not supposed to be there. So in my opinion, it's a targeted attack. Police have said targeted attack multiple times on this presser. So it's targeted towards Xana or Madison, if not both of them. And it was only supposed to be 2, in my opinion, 1 or 2. But then again, it doesn't make sense because he went up them stairs. So that's where shit starts not to add up. So you got to say 2 of them were targets and he had that planned out in his mind. But like I said, as soon as he stepped out on that back patio or near his vehicle or whatever, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's no maybe, because if there's no blood in his vehicle, he definitely took them clothes off and put them in a trash bag before walking out. I don't know, butt ass naked. Did he walk in the house and set the garbage can by or a trash bag by the back door with a spare clothes? No, I don't think he did that, because that's not logical to me. Logical to me is the spare clothes in his passenger seat, to where he comes out and he already has his evidence and shit into that trash bag, to where he could literally toss it in the trunk or toss it in the back, which I don't even think he's going to take the time to open up the trunk. You just committed a quadruple homicide. You're not taking your sweet ass time to pop your trunk and throw a fucking bucket or a trash bag in the back of your trunk. And if you do, you got balls of steel. So like I said, I think he put them clothes in the trash bag and bounced out of there. Way too risky. Otherwise too risky. Yeah, exactly. Stacy says, imagine how many times he went there with his phone off on top of the 12 pings. Justice says, Brian's going all out, not guilty. There'd be a plea deal by now by him. Constance says, exactly, T-REV. I don't know. My thoughts go everywhere with it, but I definitely believe it went down in a way that I just said it. Now, I don't know what he wore. I don't sit here and think about what he wore. I just think that he had something on that would prevent blood from getting on him, so he could, take shit off without getting DNA onto the clothes that he was transferring to. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's just my thoughts. But anyways, 219-885-9693. I'll make a video in full detail of what I think about my theory. He definitely planned this. It's definitely planned 100%. There's no way he did this on the fly. No way. There's no way. Nope. I don't think Brian Koberger did this on the fly, allegedly. And I do think it is Brian Koberger. DNA doesn't lie. You fucked up when wiping that knife sheath, and there was DNA inside that snap. Straight up. DNA inside that snap. I have always believed the naked man rumor was legit. You're on point, T-REV. I don't know. Like I said, I just don't see him using a bucket. I think it's a good theory. 239 was what's on your mind?
Hi, T-REV. It's Carrie.
What's going on, Carrie? Talk to us.
So I just was writing this huge. Am I echoing or no?
Nah, you're good.
Okay. So I was just writing this huge comment, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna. He just said the number again. Okay, so this is what I was writing. Is first off the whole shower caddy thing. Like, you know, we already think he's some kind of ninja. To if he's alleged, you know, like, you know, anybody who does this. And that amount of time that the PCA and, you know, what they're trying to put on a time frame of when these happened. But then you have to think about literally the cleanup. Like, how in the actual hell is there, you know, when I called in last night, I even said that, you know, they did the warrant for his brake pedal and, like, you know, all that. And I don't know if it's actually, I tried to do my research on it. I don't know where I heard it, but if anybody knows if, I think that we're going to find out in the trial or whatever. But anyways, but the fact that there's no trail of, because people keep saying that there's no like, you know, liquid substance or whatever. It was all in the rooms. Like, I don't want to get graphic, but like, they weren't just placed there. You know what I mean? But anyways, the whole situation of how this person was a freaking ninja and did all this stuff. But thinking about, that's why I keep joking around that he had a damn shower caddy. Like, you know, like how in the hell, like, this has to be very strategic. And it actually makes me think, remember how he took courses from that. Am I yelling or shouting?
Nah, you're good.
No.
Clear.
Okay. You know how he took, okay, cool. Thanks. You know how he took those courses, I forget her name. And she like talked to BK and all that kind or BTK. What was her name? That professor. I forget. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Kathleen Ramsland or something like that.
Yeah. So yes. So I want to know, like, well, I mean, it's not like I'm entitled to it, but like, what kind of, you know, if he studied these kind of things. I mean, well, he studied criminology, but he also, like, you know, looked into a lot of serial killers. Obviously, that's what her course was on. But like, what all did they just? Like, did they say of how they got away with this? And we don't know that. Do we know exactly what was in his questionnaire on Reddit? That was it was a part of his degree or a part of his whatever. But like, do we know the actual questions? And I want to know if, like, I'm sure I would hope and assume that, like, prosecutors have all the emails and the people that actually responded to those and what their answers were, you know?
I remember some being like, you know, I'm trying to look for it because I don't.
Sorry, I just completely babbled for a million minutes. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's it was questions like, I forget
How
exactly.
did you feel after your crime? What made you choose your target? But I want to know, like, I don't think I've heard of who actually responded to that. And I did, in the research I found, it actually was a part of his degree or whatnot. I think it was at DeSales, and I actually do think it was a part of his. It was a part of it. Like, or you know, I don't know exactly what it's called, but I want to know who the answers were, what the answers were, if it's ever going to be made public. I'm sure in trial, if it goes to trial, like, you know, that would happen.
It looks like they scrubbed the damn internet with
Wouldn't you want to know how if one of the questions is how did you dispose of your clothes and you know what I mean?
It was like, hi, my name's Brian. I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. I'm trying to find the full. the full questionnaire.
Is this the real one? Like the real
Yeah,
one?
no, it's the real one.
Brian Koberger.
Wow.
It's definitely the real one. And
But
actually,
they have all of his computers and all of his. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But they have all of that, which I'm sure they do. I'm sure that they are. I mean, if they already have a warrant for his Reddit and all that kind of stuff, so I'm sure that may be why that they're so set on that they have everything they need.
Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can pull this up straight on the screen like that. So it says, my name is Brian, inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. It says the study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. So your identity and all answers provide something completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also anonymous. I think links this research has been approved by the DeSales University IRB. So it was when he was in DeSales.
Yeah, so it was the sales.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, and it's official. But I wish that, obviously it's confidential. I understand why, but I just hope like authorities literally are reading that. So
Oh
if none
yeah,
of
I
the
guarantee
questions
they are.
asked-
Guarantee it.
But oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I said I guarantee they are. There's no way they didn't take a look at this.
Yeah. And they have his email, so they can also see, because he has their email. He could also reach out to them, or could have, and been like, "Thank you so much for taking my survey." Blah blah. Oh, you live in Moscow, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, who are we? We don't know. Like, if that was a Reddit thing, I'm pretty sure that it doesn't matter who you are. You don't have to go to college to take that survey. Obviously,
Yeah, no doubt. I have the front of it right here, so you would have to click on it. It says student investigator Brian Koberger. If you have any questions about this research, you may contact the research team via email. If you opt to participate, you may terminate participation at any time for any reason. Participants must be 18 years of age and older. Your identity and all answers provided are completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also an anonymous link. This research has been approved by the DeSales University IRB. So that was the full. I don't know if it's still up. I can't find the actual Reddit post, but
it might not be, because like a lot of things have been like taken down. But that was like one of the first things that was even spoken of when that I believe that I heard from whenever Brian Koberger was named the suspect and in custody, right?
Mhm.
So I just find that there's some kind of correlation with what you just said, with with what you think, your theory of what happened. There's something that's very odd, I think, with a lot of people that think that like there's nothing. What is he? He's not a Jetson. You can't just rise in the air and fly out of a house without even dropping a drop of blood, So I think it's very odd, and I think that I don't know, there's something about this Reddit thing. I hope I'm saying that correctly, but there's something about it that I think he had answers of some kind of cleanup or some kind of,
yeah, I got a question for you. Do you watch any any true crime shows on Discovery Plus or anything, or you just watch only YouTube?
Sorry.
Honest question.
No, I do.
Because I feel like you can watch. There's a lot of very good shows that you can watch and put tools in your bag as a sleuth. Like, there's a lot of good shows out there that you can watch and literally learn investigation techniques and what they do and what kind of information they look for and data logs and all different types of stuff that is so educational when you watch the show. So you could put it in your arsenal as being a sleuth on the internet. And even, what you can kind of jump into the mind of an investigator. You may not fully know exactly what they're doing as far as what they're looking at, but you can know what techniques they are using behind the scenes, because most homicide investigators are following the same procedures and doing the same thing. So it's kind of like, it's very logical when it comes down to it. It's just we don't know everything that they're finding because it's such a, every investigation is held close to the vest until it's not no more, which is when the trial's over. Then everything can be talked about, how they went about finding out different things, all that stuff comes out usually after a trial. So it's, it's good to watch those
or
shows.
during it. Yeah.
It's good to watch them. I'm telling you, you can learn a lot from the shows.
Thank you for your advice, and I totally agree with you, and I do need to watch more on that. I think what's so fascinating, what I've learned from this case, is I've never seen so much cat and mouse on the actual the document forefront of a case. I'm usually wanting to know more about the forensics and this and that, but since there's a gag order and everything's so secret for such a long amount of time, we're like picking apart these documents, and it's crazy that the verbiage that they used and the passive aggressive, and I could use so many different words to describe, and I'm so glad I'm not a lawyer because it gives me a headache, or attorney, or even in that courtroom. But I like the forensic and that part of it, but it's crazy because I'm learning that part of it and it makes my head spin. So I probably should just go back and watch all the other videos.
For sure. And I appreciate you calling up and sharing your thoughts
I'll
with
let
us.
somebody else come up. I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, I just have to say one more thing about that book. I think I posted in the comments. I don't know if you saw the recent chapter, but it's and I don't want to post all these other things on your thing, but it's super interesting. There's a person and he's writing a book on the Idaho case, and he posted a new chapter, and it was posted the 29th, which was not long ago, of July 29th. And it talks about a lot of people that have been named in this case, but these are coming from facts too. So it's really interesting because it talks about the pool party, which we talked about with Donna and that reading and stuff that we heard,
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of it's interesting. So I don't know if you've seen it, but
Nah,
the whole
no.
last half of it, I'll email. Oh, well, yeah, I'll message it to you. If you can find it, it's on just look it up. It's the Eyes of the Killer.
Okay.
And then I think it's Howard Bloom who wrote it.
Okay.
But it's a recent chapter, and it's actually jaw dropping, honestly.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll definitely check it out. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you so much, T-REV. I'm sorry to take up all your time.
No, you're good. You're
I'm gonna
good.
get up in there.
Don't be sorry. You're good.
All right.
You're good, Pisces. I appreciate you calling up and sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. God
Thank
bless
you,
you. And
and I appreciate you telling us your theory. It actually it's really eye opening. We just need to import somehow a shower caddy. This dude had a shower caddy in his trunk or something. But all right,
there's more. There's more
I'll
to my
talk to you
theory.
later.
There's more to my theory, but I'll make that'll come out later because I'm making a documentary on it. I've been a long documentary that covers damn near everything that came up in this case. So,
That's awesome. I watched. You did 2 episodes so far, right?
yeah, I did 2 episodes, but I'm doing one as a whole though. It's probably gonna be an hour and a half, 2 hours long.
That's awesome. You got it. You have all the media and everything to do. I watched the first 2 episodes and they're awesome. So
Thank you. I appreciate that.
you are welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you,
All right,
Pisces. I'll holler at you
back in
soon.
chat.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
Shout out
You're
there.
welcome.
Shout out there. God bless you. 219-885-9693. Yeah, the documentary that I'm working on is definitely going to be hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe even 2.5. It just really depends. But I am going to be diving into every section of the case from when it first happened all the way up to recent. The most recent. So I don't know. It may even already, I might wait till even after trial to drop it. So it all is finished. But then again, I don't know. It depends because once I catch all the way up to where they're at now, I don't know if I'm going to want to drop it completely. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm going to want to drop it right away. I might want to wait to add other stuff in there. He showered, and you said he showered in his trunk. That's why. You think he had gallons of water with him and shit and cleaned up? What do you mean? Showered in his trunk. Let's check this out though. This is exact. I actually do want to check this out. Where's it at again? Let me go back a couple because it tells us more about this. So here it is right here. Let's pull this up.
Brian Koberger made his first court appearance in an Idaho courtroom on January 5th after he was accused of killing 4 college students 2 months earlier. Leading up to his appearance, social media users began sharing Reddit posts that they claim were written by the suspect. The posts say, "I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime." The poster identified himself as Brian Koberger, and the posts were shared in subreddits like ex-cons and prisons. So let's verify. Did Brian Koberger write the posts on Reddit asking for help researching why people commit crimes? Our sources are court documents filed in Leda County District Court in Idaho, DeSales University, and a review of Internet Archives of Reddit using the Wayback Machine. The posts on Reddit appeared in June and have since been removed from the platform. Prosecutors introduced an affidavit.
What? I mean, if it didn't have any relevance to the case or relevance to it, why is it removed? Thoughts, chat? Why did they remove this Reddit? Because it's not up. I can't find it. I was just looking for it the whole time on that phone call. I could not find it. So do you think that they went back and maybe dug into some of the criminals that responded? I'm starting to think maybe they did, and maybe they listened, or maybe he listened and put some of those things into his arsenal when going forward with committing this crime. You know, people say, "Oh, you got him guilty." No, I'm a public opinion. I think he is guilty as of right now, in case they can prove shit was planted. If they can prove that, then they definitely, I'll take my shit off the board. T-REV, they showered in one of the campers' what? Showered? They showered? Who's they? I haven't seen one other suspect yet. They showered in one of the campers parked by the Linda Lane. Did you check your email? Still waiting for an answer. Clay Jones, I just let you out the cage, didn't I? I think you were blocked. Bright, stalker. I think BK was a complete stalker. He stalked them down. He stalked their every move. The victims that he wanted anyways. Brian says, yeah, they went way back, I bet. I guarantee they pulled up. If there was any trace of what the Reddit post said or what he had up, I guarantee you that they went back and looked at what these criminals told Brian Koberger. Guarantee it. Said Clay Jones is one of the super crackheads. Good God.
Oh my God.
Pull up on me.
I haven't heard from Clay Jones. Clay Jones, he likes to email. He won't call in though. Come on, Clay. Clay, don't call, man. Clay, instead of emailing it to me, 219-885-9693, we'd love to hear from you. We want to know who they are. Maz38 said last caller sounded just like WSU Kim. Far from her. That is not WSU Kim. Hollis, I think you're a little late. We found it, but maybe it's something different. So I'm gonna go check. Maybe it's something different. Okay, it does look different. Oh wow. Okay, it is different. So shout out to Hollis for being on that. Hollis got the goodies. She said, "No, I'm not playing. This is legit. Look at this." Okay, thank you for scribbling that out also. Okay, so this right here. Here it is. We got it pulled up. Thank you, Hollis. Let's go ahead and check this out. Let's zoom in on it. Now it says full screen that bad boy. Full screen it. Thank you, Hollis. Woo! All right. Yeah, Hollis don't play for sure. So it says crime research study. Please note that the following survey asks you to detail your most recent criminal offense, whether you were caught or not. In the event that you were not charged, convicted, or incarcerated for the offense, you may still participate in this search. Now it says, welcome to the research study. We are interested in understand how emotions and psychological traits influence the decision making involved in committing a crime. After completing a series of background questions, you will be presented with open-ended questions relevant to the most recent crime you were involved in, and asked about your detail your thoughts, emotions, and actions from the beginning to end of your crime commission process. Now it says, in order to best understand your unique psychological traits, surveys will be included after the open-ended section. Please be assured that your responses will be kept completely confidential, which we've seen that part. The study should take you around 15 to 20 minutes to complete. Your participation. Okay, I think we just read this, didn't we? We read this part. Maybe there's more to it. I was about to say, that looks familiar. Oh, okay, here we go. This is the part we didn't see, though. So shout out to Hollis. So it asks right here. It says, are you a male or female? Are you Spanish, Hispanic, or Latino? Choose one or more races that you consider yourself to be. It says on 6, what is your highest level of education you have completed? Goes all the way down to what, GED, some college, but no degree, associates, but technical degree. All right, I see what's going on here. 7, have you been incarcerated? Which obviously their answer would be yes. What age were you when you committed your most recent crime? 9, which category best represent your crime? And then 10, were you convicted of your most recent crime? 608, it's never too late. What's going on?
Oh my gosh, I gotcha. This is low 12.
Low 12.
And yes, and there's something that just haunts me about this case.
Talk to me.
And at first it didn't hit me, but then now it won't leave my head. And it's those words he said, I think he said to Xana, don't worry, I'm here to help you. Now, being a waitress, I could see Xana being such a nice person saying to him in the restaurant, say he has a question about, some order. I could see her saying to him, don't worry, I'm here to help you.
Right.
I just can't, that just won't leave me. It's just one night it hit me and I thought, oh my God. And I think he was after Maddie myself. And he seemed to have a thing for blondes. That's the way I see it. And I do think he did Ethan first because he was the threat. And then I think that he did Xana, but I don't know if he just meant to quiet her or if he thought he finished her off and then he'd come back later. Or then he went upstairs and I think he went after Maddie. And I think Kaylee came in from her bedroom to defend Maddie. And then when he was leaving, either he had it planned to go back in and finish Xana off and say that to her, or he thought he had finished her off and he didn't. But that's kind of where I'm at with this. So
I'm here to help you.
I'm sorry, what?
No, I think about that too, that you bring it up. I'm here to help you. So
yes, I could see her saying that to him in the restaurant. Say he has a question about something on the menu or how it's prepared, or maybe he wanted Maddie to be his waitress and Xana was his waitress instead. I could see him resenting a woman helping him. He just thought he was so much, so superior to a woman, is the way I see it. And I kind of wonder if he was jealous about his sister being in a movie.
And what was the name of that damn movie again?
She was in some movie, a slasher movie, where I believe women were stabbed to death.
I remember hearing the name of it.
And I just wonder if he was jealous about her success. That's another thing I've thought about.
That's a good point.
But yeah, I can't get that out of my head, those words.
That's a good point. Question's very terrible. I agree with her as a psychologist, at least about the saying "I'm here to help" and with Maddie being the target. Huh.
Yeah, it's just.
I mean, the thing is, though, it's like, okay, you went into one room and you took out two people.
Right.
What?
Why would you want to go
Yes.
back in again?
What? Yeah. Why would you go upstairs, or why would you go to the? You know what I mean? Like that's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
And if Maddie say Maddie was the target and he knew where her room was, did he walk in and see Xana and then chase her down because he was already seen?
Well, that's possible too. I know there's just so many different ways to go, but I do think it was Maddie. He just had the thing for blondes. The only brunette that I saw was it was a friend of his that he did heroin with, I think, and she died. But otherwise, all the girls were blonde that had problems with him. The one in Pennsylvania that he was staring at, she was a blonde. They all kind of looked alike too. And then the one he dated, she was blonde when he gave her the old birthing hips thing. And I just think it was a blonde.
Yeah, because I've seen a picture of his what was it? His ex, and she kind of resembles Xana. Somebody
I
shared
don't
that with me. I don't know how true it is, if it was her or not, but if it is, she definitely resembles Xana 100%.
Oh, I took that as that was just a friend. I didn't think it was a girlfriend.
Regina actually sent it in to me
Oh,
and said it was his ex girlfriend. Like how true? I didn't dig into it deep either though.
oh, that's a possibility.
But I mean, we can't take it off the table that either one of them were the target. We know, so I mean, the way that they said in these pressers that it was a targeted attack.
Right.
There was a detail at the scene that proved that there's something there. There's a telltale sign where
Well, the way I understand it, the two that got it the worst were Xana and Kaylee. And I just took it that they were the two that interfered with him getting to his target. Wherever that might have been. Maybe it was in the restaurant Xana got interfering there with Maddie, or when he went after Maddie, Kaylee came in and interfered, so he took that out. He really did her in.
Now I thought that I was thinking of something else. What if he was so much of a stalker that he set up surveillance in their room in the
I
house?
wouldn't be surprised.
In the house. I'm
I
speculating in general, right? Low 12. I'm speculating, but what if he did? Because we heard the story about setting up surveillance at somebody's house.
I think so too. I've thought that too.
I don't know why I
And then-
speculate that, but I do.
I think he has been in that house when they were sleeping or gone also. Not at a party, but he could have been at a party, but I doubt it because he was so much older. I just can't see that. But I do think he has been in the house. I think he creeped in, just to check it out and see if he could get away with it. When they were sleeping or when he knew they were all gone. I know Steve had mentioned that he had gotten into their Wi-Fi. That's another thing. And then, yeah, I do wonder if he had that house bugged. I really do. I agree with you.
Because then he knows where everybody is at all times. If you do, it's just
exactly.
Stalkers do shit like that. They set cameras up
And
in
then
bathrooms and
another
all
thing,
different types of shit.
With him watching, the last thing a girl would do is use the bathroom to take her makeup off. So he would be watching the bathroom lights for finals. Anyway, that's what I think. To see when they were actually going to bed. And and then was there a window besides the slider in Kaylee's bedroom, or was there just a slider?
What did you say about the bathroom?
For Kaylee's bedroom, did she have a window besides a sliding door?
That's a good question. Now you got me thinking. I was reading Jeff's comment because he said, can Dylan see BK's face if he's coming down the stairs from Maddie's room and then heads out kitchen door? Absolutely not, because the door opens towards that good vibe or the good vibe sign. So he would be able to see when he walks by to go out the back. So in general, he would have to come in, go upstairs first, come back down, go into Xana's room, and then head out. And Dylan would crack it on that last one to see him exit at that path of travel.
Unless he ran into somebody when he came in, with Xana having the food.
Mm-hmm. But that's a good point, though.
Why he went to the second floor first, too, then.
Right. It's a good point that, yeah, Jeff, for sure. He comes in, goes upstairs, comes back down, and somehow, maybe, I don't know, does he come down and he's going to exit and Xana meets him halfway to the kid, or he sees somebody standing, and then next thing you know, he goes for them, or I don't know.
I think he did Ethan first.
That's his biggest threat.
Yeah, he had to get him out of the way. He had to know he was there.
Yep, that's his biggest threat for sure.
They have that grub truck and stuff, televised, and he probably saw how drunk Maddie was that night, and it's just, I don't know. I can't wait till this goes to trial. This one is just driving me crazy.
And it will too. It drives me crazy every day.
There's so many different speculations, and then I think he had something. I think he had clothes underneath the covering of what he had on, and I agree with you. I think he took that off. And I don't know where he took it off, but he had clothes on, I believe, underneath. But I kind of wonder if he didn't take it off before Dylan saw him, because if he had like a hazmat suit on, it would be very obvious.
Yeah, it definitely would be obvious. To park where I think he parked at, which is kind of, if you look at it on the Linda Lane footage or the map, it kind of dips into the back where you could tuck up in that corner. So did he park in that corner tucked up and to where he could just slide right down that small little hill? It's a small hill and walk towards that backslider, go in. Because I think, like I said, I really think that he swarmed around those Queen Road apartments and going past the house to wait for the lights to be turned off, or indication that it was clear to go, make sure nobody was outside. All right, this is my chance right now. Let's, he worked that nerve.
I'm sorry. I also kind of wondered, is there any way he could know that they were getting DoorDash? Or was that a normal thing for her to do on an early, Sunday morning?
I don't think he would. There's no way for you to know who's getting DoorDash in case you're a DoorDasher and
unless he was in their Wi-Fi somehow.
Very good questions.
I wonder about that too, because the timing is just so close. Did Xana go down and get the food and it to the back, and he went in the slider then, and then he went in and did Ethan, and then when she came back up, he could have already done Ethan. I don't know.
It's wild.
Case is driving me nuts.
Yeah, it does the same to me too.
Okay, well, I'll let you go. I heard the timer, but I just had to tell you have a great channel. You do great. I just love you.
I love you back.
I love Discord. It is so much fun. I love the movies, and
Oh yeah, we have a great time. That's why I tell a
Oh
lot of
God, it's
people
so much fun.
we do. We have a great time in there. We have
We
a good.
do.
I just can't
Okay,
stand when the
well,
drama. I
I
can't
will let
stand
you
drama.
go.
You know, I can't stand drama in there. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
anytime I see people arguing, I'm about to just start timing people out because I think that ruins Discord vibes to me, and I don't. That's not what I want for welcoming members coming into Discord. Is people, arguing and feeling. You know what I mean? Like that's not what that's about. So I'm definitely gonna be keeping a close eye on that and cleaning shit up.
I think there was maybe a week or two where it was kind of a little of a problem there, but you got rid of that person.
Yeah, no, I'm about to be smoking that. I'm smoking all drama. I don't. It's just like I'm at the point where okay, now you're coming in and there's you running, people running each other off. Like I just don't like that. That's not what we're there for. That's kiddie shit. So I'm just like
Right.
I'm
Well, I
over it.
noticed there were two people that I kind of thought were problems, and both of them are gone.
And then there's a lot of people that are just, I know I got tons of you guys that reach out to me, and sorry I can't get back to you within a timely manner. I mean, I do
I've
a lot
never
of
said
shit.
anything. I just sit back and watch.
I
Well, I just got to
appreciate you.
tell you, I love your channel. You are great at this, and I love your music. I just love it.
Thank you, Low 12. I appreciate you.
Okay, well, I will let you go.
Thank you, Low 12. God bless you. God bless you and your family. And thank you for being
God
a part of
bless
the Rev
you.
Game family.
Prayers to your grandma.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Lock your doors. Shout out to Low 12. All right. Number of statements that people use to describe themselves are given below. Read each statement, then fill in a column with the number, which indicates how you generally feel. My bad. Remember that there are no right or wrong answers. Do not spend too much time on any one statement, but give the answer which seems to best describe how you generally feel. This will be a good one to talk about. Lot Harris said, Low 12 is legit. Great caller and member. And shout out to Lot. Drink a RC for me, buddy. Drink a RC for me. You know what I mean, pal? Where's that prick Papa Sal been at, He said, and your mods are great, except for Mar who timed me out earlier. Just teasing you, Mar. I love you. I'm dead. Before the dog, I just woke up to Low 12's voice. What an absolute doll. Absolutely doll. Well, it was a good live tonight. A little 3 hours. We got in a little 3 hours, right? We'll leave it at that. Wind it down. What's everybody up to tonight, this weekend? What's going on? You guys doing anything fun? By the way, I appreciate everybody who hung out tonight. For anyone who's members in Discord, make sure you go to the new tab that I put up. Athena's opening a Rev Gang family candle store. These are prototypes, and we're doing 3 giveaways to 3 random people in the Rev Gang family. So for the members in Discord, make sure that you go to the tab that I made and put a candle, put a candle sign, the candle emoji, and to enter to win 3 of these blessed candles. Now these are blessed candles that and she's a white witch. She does light work. I'll put it like that. She does light work. So if you want to win 3 of these, which 3 people will get, or not 3 of these, 3 people will get 6. So and when I'm gonna do it live too, I'll spin the wheel live. I'm gonna take everybody's name who put a candle emoji in that tab. And maybe for the people on YouTube also that are members that aren't in Discord, I'll put it there too. So put a candle emoji and I'll take all your names and put it into the wheel and spin it. The candle should be done around within, by the 16th. So we have a candle store that's about to be up. These are 12 ounces. This is a summer sunset with lemon seeds, passion luray herbs. And that's what it looks like inside. They're blessed candles. They're blessed candles. Some of them have black witch salt in them. Some of them have black witch salt in them. There's beauty spell candles. There's all different types. For instance, this one, it's non-toxic, 100% soy wax, handmade with love. Blessings to unlock the third eye. May you see clearly. This is that candle right here. It says unlock, see clearly. Citronella scents. What does that have in it? I'll just show you on camera because, you know, maybe you guys know it. But this is what it is. Citronella seeds. Vetiver, is that what that says? I don't even know what this is. Athena makes them and she puts herbs in them and all different types of stuff. So it has a bunch of different, you know, you can see it's non-toxic, 100% soy. And these are prototypes. And it's made with love, as it says. Blessings to unlock the third eye. May you see clearly. So, like I said, look for that post. We got about, how many are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 right now. There's 6 or 7 of them. This one is Congo melons, which is very good. Some of them have wood wicks, and some of them have, wood wicks and cotton wicks. Non-toxic, of course, handmade with love. Blessings. This one is blessings of self-love upon you. Congo melons with witch's black salt. You kind of probably can't see the writing, but Congo melons, obviously this one burns down melon and then gets down to, you know, so it's really smells great. Smells great. Let's see. What else did I not show? This one is red wine scent. So this is a red wine scent with white sage. And what is that? Tea tree. I can't tell if it says tree extract. This one's darker, so it's hard to read. Under the palm trees. She called this one under the palm trees. This one's under the palm trees. Let me smell it. Under the palm trees. Look, it's got herbs in it, blessed herbs and stuff like that. So she makes like potions and different things, especially with these candles. I lit one of the candles she made for me in here, and I was on my other channel, and it literally shut everything out. It's crazy. But that's another story. Let's see what else we got. What other flavors we got in here? Like I said, all prototypes. This one's called Follow You. Let me see what it is. It's to be longed for, or yeah, to be. This is a love candle. This one, you can't read it. You probably can't read it from there, but it's a love candle. To be longed for, it's called. And it has follow you anywhere, rose, cucumber, rose petals, and a dash of lows, and a dash of love potion is in this one. A dash of love potion. It's got rose petals in it and all different types of stuff in this candle. 12 ounces. She made them all. She makes them all by hand. Let me see. Now, what we do need from the 3 people that win, for the 3 people that end up winning on pick when I spin the wheel live, right? I want your feedback. We want your feedback on them. That's what it is. Athena is, let's put it this way. She's Wiccan, right? Athena's Wiccan. She's a light worker. She's Wiccan. She blesses these candles and makes them with love and puts different herbs and potions and different stuff into the ingredients that she's making. And obviously they're 100% organic. So that's the good thing about them. I want to make sure I didn't miss a flavor to show you guys. Unlock, see clearly, like that one. We seen this one. We seen a summer sunset with lemon seeds, passion Larray herbs. We seen that one. I think we seen this one. Let's see. Yeah, the red wine scent with white sage and free extract or tree extract and lemongrass right here. This one's lemongrass. So lemongrass, bamboo, I think is what bamboo and with full moon ritual oil. So full moon ritual oil made with love. Obviously, it says on it blessings. It says blessings of luck, protection upon you. That's what this one is. And it's got lemongrass in it, obviously, because that's what it is. And it smells really good. Wow. Love it. Very good. I was in there today just watching her make everything and talking to her and hanging out with her, but she was making these things and she really spends a lot of time like with what she does with them. She does. She spends a lot of time making these candles, and I'll tell you what, the love candle, all that different. It's really. I'm telling you, I love them. I love the candles. I'm not just saying that because she's my girl either. They're really good. They're blessed, and I like that about it. Oh, it's not even your. What you said? What? Not even your missus. Hold on, let's see, misters. Let's see. Yes, thank you for making it clear. Wicca isn't this dark demonic thing, but most are all about lights, prayers, and good vibes. Yes, light, not dark practice ritual goofy shit like that. I mean it's straight light, love and light, period. That's what Athena is, love and light. So love lemongrass, very healing. I'll stay out of the spin the wheel. I think it landed on me 3 times last time you did that. First time I ever got that lucky. Did it? It landed on you 3 times? Oh, my man said it landed on me 3 times. It depends how many names are in there, too. I don't think we have many names. I think this time we'll have a lot. We'll have a lot of names in there, though. Like, for instance, let's do a practice, right? Spin the wheel online. It'll be like this. So I want to give you an idea. For instance, here it is right here. Pull it up on screen, too, so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Exit that. So it's like this. This is what the spin the wheel is like. So you enter all the names here, right? So for instance, let's take these names out. We'll go with what? Sunshine. Oh, I don't spell it. I'm butchering your name. It'll work like this. Why is it spelling out that weird shit? Sunshine. You got Callie. Why is it doing that? Don't like that. And now go down. It says Charles. Let's see. Sunshine. We'll put. I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna show you how this works. See how many we can put in it too. Diane. Allie. I'm looking at names on the screen. Brian. Oops. Callie. So you got Callie right there. We'll go with Brian right here. Got Hannah. I seen a Hannah in chat, so that'll work. Larry. We'll go with Jips. Amy. He said so really cool. Thank you, Patty. See, I'm just going off names. This is how it works, though. I want to show you guys so you see how it works. Team Michelle. Dana. Lena. Night Nurse. How do I find you on Discord? Diamond Blue Eyes. Alice. So show you how it works. Ready? So this is this is no winner. I'm just showing you how the spin the wheel works. And this is what we're gonna do live when I pick the 3 winners. So for instance, Diane would have won that, right? So Diane, I would have Diane email me her address and I would ship it all out. There's no bot. You don't have to buy no raffles or nothing like that. You just give me your name. I put the name in the wheel, spin it, and then send it out as a giveaway. So I'll post it up on the community tab. So drop a candle emoji when you see me post that. Remove this. I don't think it matters. Diane said, yay. See, Diane would have got it. Look. Oh, Sunshine got robbed by Katie. Katie came in the building and said, what's up? It's mine. Debbie, yeah, no doubt. It's definitely cool. I love it. I like the light shit. I'm good with it. This is the same kind of wheel they use for virtual drawings where I work, says RM Worthington. I like this wheel. I like this wheel. So Katie would have won. That would have been 2. I wish you could hit it like 3 times and just make it spin for a minute. And then Jamie would have won. So, I mean, there you are. That would have been a 3, but that's how we're going to do it live. I just wanted to show you how it works. So there's no rigging it. You can't make nobody win. It doesn't, you know what I mean? It doesn't just land on anyone. And that also, we're working on a store for the candle shop, and it'll be fair. I just have to figure out what shipping costs, etc. Because I know we got people overseas, right? There's people overseas, and I know it probably costs a little bit to send it over there. So I have to figure that out. And I want to take somebody that's overseas and send it to somebody overseas to see how much it, to see how much it will cost. I'll pick somebody from overseas too, to just send some to, because I know not everybody's in America. Damn, it landed. See, Jamie, it landed on Jamie 2 times. You see that? Jamie twice. Jamie 2 times in a row. Jamie said, "Yay, night nurse." There's night nurse. Even to Canada, it's a big difference. Yeah, like I said, I gotta send it out of the country. Send it to me. I'm in England. I'll pick somebody. Like I'll do the 3 giveaway, and then maybe I'll do I'm trying to think. Maybe I'll pick 2 or 3 from out the nation to get into the draw. Or we could do overseas inside of it, but maybe we'll do 1 off to where it's guaranteed going overseas. And I'll take everybody that's from overseas and put them into 1 and make it an extra 1 for somebody overseas, so I can see how much it not only it costs to ship, but get your feedback on that too. Because I don't want it to just be America. I want to be able to ship to people in UK and all that. And it's all made by Athena. It's not made by me, by the way. But it is the Rev Gang Family Candle Store. But it's called hold up. What did she name it earlier? She just named it earlier. She's been making these candles for the last couple days, but we came up with the name earlier. Fresh Out of the Cauldron. That's what it's called. Fresh Out the Cauldron Candles. That's exactly what she named it. Fresh Out the Cauldron Candles. So like she said, give me to the 16th. But tonight, when I went out the room and came in here tonight, I came in with this box, which has 7 candles in it. And she already had like 3 done sitting there. So she's already almost done. And each 3 persons will get 6 candles a piece. So like I said at the beginning, when I first started talking about it, each person will get 6 candles a piece. So that's a total of 18. And you'll have prototypes that you'll be able to use and check out. Yeah, no doubt, Sheepo. I think it's fair. And, people from overseas need to be involved too, because a lot of people from overseas support the channel. Hello from Germany. Shout out to you. I appreciate you, Nina. Shout out to you from Germany. Germany in the building. Said I need to buy some candles once y'all get set up. I buy soaps too. Yeah, no, we have maybe that's something in the future I'll talk to her about. She just likes making candles because she puts all these love potions and, different things that are tradition in what she does. T-REV with so many people that were in that house could be a reason that all or some of the kids had put cameras in their rooms or all around the house. So it's to make sure nobody stole anything. Yeah, I mean, anybody could do that. Yes, our own Susie. Yeah, where's Susie at? Auntie Susie. I didn't see Auntie Susie. Everyone needs a tea. Talks up his girl like a real man. Yeah, that's my baby, man. She's awesome. Hopefully I didn't miss a candle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's all. That's 7 of them. This one she made for me in here. This is blackberry lemonade. This is smaller, obviously, but this is blackberry lemonade with witch's black salt and lavender seeds. So if I light it, smell it, it actually helps my anxiety. I lit it up when I was having a panic attack and I was checking them out. But she said, what? Okay, so she said 10 pounds is the box. Well, last time around that got us tons of candles because for 8-ounce candles, is one. Okay. She don't even know I'm talking about it right now, but she's messaging me. That's funny the way the world works. She probably ain't even in this live. I think she was playing Sims when I just went in there before, but she's been locked in on making these candles. Lavender is calming. It helps my panic attacks 100%. I think lavender is great. International is expensive. I sent something that was around £6 to Canada and it was around $50.
Oh my God.
Damn. That is pretty hefty, but I mean, it is what it is. Panic attacks do suck. Suffer from that all the time, but it's part of my life and I've gotten used to dealing with it. I'll buy one of the love potion candles, but when I'm missing from the live chats because the old man won't let go of me, you'll know what happened.
Oh my God. Bing bang.
That's funny. Canada shipping is oh wow. I wonder if it varies from country to whatever country you're sending to. I wonder if it varies like that because I haven't shipped to countries. I haven't shipped out of the country before. So that'll be interesting to find out. For sure. I'm new to your channel, says Katie. I've seen you the last couple lives, though. Patchouli is great for panic. She has that too in scents. She's got so many different scents. So also email me the type of scents you guys like. She's got like all the wood. There's a bunch of different sandalwood. I can't even think of the names because there's so many damn names to the scents and different, white sage, regular sage. Like there's a bunch of different, like those little scents that come in. They come in these little packages, but there's a lot. They're organic too. All of it is organic, and that's another great part about it is I like organic shit. Like for instance, this candle right here is not organic. This is far from organic. This is the Munchie Smoke Odor Exterminator candle. It says great for cigarettes. What? Jars and pipes. 420 friendly. Yeah, I'm not. They're good. The smell is good on them, but they're definitely not organic. Pisces says, I emailed you. You have to read this. Airmail News. The Eyes of a Killer Part 5. I'll definitely check it out. It's not showing me much on the page. This week, Brian Kohlberger's defense team announced that they plan to prove their client wasn't even at the scene of the crime. Could they actually get him off? That was July 29th. We're now on the 5th, and he's still in jail. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. I'm going to definitely check it out. Thank you, Real. This is what you sent. I seen it. This was on the 29th, but it also says The Eyes of a Killer Part 5. This week, Brian Kohlberger's team announced that they plan to prove their client wasn't even at the scene of the crime. Could they actually get him off? And this week, they didn't prove that. He says she has got to be awesome. Y'all make perfect love. Thank you. I'll send you a music sample to you when you're ready for another track. I'll accept rejection. Jess Larry says, shout out to Athena. Really good show tonight. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to you, man. Thank you. So, for instance, what's your guys' favorite scents? Let's go through some scents. I want to hear what everybody's favorite scents is. Type in your favorite scented candle. What's your favorite smell? I want the melon grass candle. I'll wait. This one's fire. This one is really good. It's got a bunch of herbs in it. This a summer sunset with lemon seeds and passion Luray herbs. This one is so good. That smells so good. I don't know what it is, but it is fire. I'll tell you that much. Where's the one that I'm talking about? Dang it. Another really good one. The Congo melons. Smells so good. This Congo melons with witch's black salt in it. Fire. I wonder what she thinks about dragon's blood incense. I love the smell, but I hope I'm not hurting myself with it. Dragon blood? I use dragon blood incense. There's nothing wrong with dragon's blood. Dragon's blood is fire. I love dragon's blood. I think dragon's blood is very good. Is she using essential oils? I'd have to look at the thing. I know it's organic though, 100% organic. Blackberry cherry candle. So dragon blood you like, blackberry cherry. That sounds fire too. I love so many scents. I'll send my ideas. And then I did read that. I was just making sure. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support to the channel, brother. So much for not participating. It's impossible. Some oils raise your vibration big time, like rose, northern lights, black spruce, and Idaho blue spruce. I wonder if we have those. That's a good question. Let me catch up here. So I see melon, fresh linen, roses, which is one of the candles that's in there. It's pretty good. Lemongrass is fire. Citrus and herbs. She has one in there that she made for herself that's pretty fire. Leather. Dragon's blood and lavender. It's a Hills department store. Lemongrass. That's one of the biggest choices from a lot of people that I wouldn't think I'd see. Lavender again. What is that? Patchouli. Fresh cotton. What is your email? trev757psn@gmail.com. I probably said that too fast, but trev757psn@gmail.com. Or you could type it in chat, !, email, lowercase. It is beneficial. Is most beneficial? I'm pretty sure she has that. Lavender, rosemary, anything earthy is my hubby. I like cinnamon. Damn it, I'm trying to say Nag Champa. Damn, autocorrect. T-REV. Yeah, tea tree oil. She actually made one of those earlier. Tea tree oil. What was that? With tea tree oil and something else mixed. It didn't come out bad either, actually. It really didn't. I like spices like cinnamon, also sugar cookie. Have Faith 365 says sweet cinnamon spice with orange in the fall. Thank you, Gail. I appreciate you joining the Rev Game family again, which I know you've been here for a while. Sandalwood is fine. Yeah, she has sandalwood. I know that for a fact. She has all the different sandalwood, every single one that has wood at the end of it. She has it. Honeysuckle or lavender mixed with honeysuckle. I like musk oil, love potion. That smells great. I'm going to have to go back through these comments because you guys got great ideas for scents. And also, I'll open up a little tab in Discord, being that you guys got a lot of great ideas on scents that you like, and I'll have you guys post what your favorite ones are in there, and I'll have her make some. Because she's got a lot of different flavors. Sandalwood, purple haze, sandalwood again. Damn, sandalwood's a big one. Tobacco, call me crazy.
Oh my God! Excuse me. The fuck did you just say?
Exactly. Cucumber melon, fire. Honeysuckle, pumpkin spice in the fall is a must. It'll fly off the shelves. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. That's 100%. Let's see. African violet. I make perfume. Shh. Coconut, peach, vanilla with lavender, tangerine, Egyptian musk, lemon strawberry, pumpkin, banana bread, maples, lemongrass, sugar cookie. Love those. Fire. Fresh rain. Coconut lime, magnolia, peony. What is that? Sandalwood amber. Tobacco vanilla is fire. Man, that's a first for me to hear a few people say, man, I love tobacco smell. Then again, I smoked for like friggin' 14 years, so I guess I did like it because I lived in the bullshit. Watermelon's fire. Oakwood plus cotton. Creamsicle. A lot of people like tobacco, actually, for the one suggesting that. Yeah, no, I see that. I've just never really heard of it. And I love candles. I buy candles all the time. This one right here specifically is sugar cookie Hershey Kisses. Sugar cookie Hershey Kisses. This one's fire. So good. It smells so good. It does. It smells so good. Do you guys know what this is? Can anybody call out what this is? What kind of crystal is this made out of? I'm just curious. Again, can you say what kind of crystal? And for the people who know, don't say it. I just wonder if chat can call that out. I like crystals. I think crystals bring good energy. Shit like this too. It's a very good crystal. I love it. It was just a full moon, so I charged them. Quartz. Yep, white quartz. 100%. Clove. I'm old goth, says Marissa. Okay. Clove. Blackberry sage. That sounds fire, actually. That sounds fire. Is it quartz? Yeah, white quartz. White quartz. That piece handmade, I think it was $130. Hand carved. Love it. Good energy. Smoky quartz was the last one. Yes. Smoky quartz. And I love that piece too. I love the smell of coffee. Me too, Mountain Mama. I love some damn coffee. I could sit by a pot and sleep. I could sleep on a bag full of coffee as a pillow. Yep. White quartz. White sage. I love the traditional sweater weather type scents. It's gorgeous. I have tons of crystals. Crystals are the bomb. Like, for instance, I don't know. This is just, I buy them all the time. So like that, you know, I get all types of crystals. For instance, I bought this little angel right here. It's an angel with wings. It's pretty dope. And I know a lot of you know what that is. A lot of you know what that is. And that, of course. And I had to get this little pyramid right here. This is very, I love this. That angel, though, is pretty dope. I keep crystals around me all the time. Crystals are the bomb. My favorite is moonstone. Pretty. I love the angel. You said it was what? I collect crystals and gemstones like crazy. Jeff, I don't know where Jeff, when I made a joke about his soft porn music, now I feel bad. Nah, he didn't leave because of that. I'll tell you that much. He ain't the type to get his feelings hurt. I don't think DM and BF stories about the missing 8 hours matchup and Auntie is gonna fashion an alibi through cross-examination. Huh. Do we, I mean, honestly, when that's being talked about, do we think that the defense can win over the jurors during this case? I mean, we got to look at it. They're humans like us. And for people that can sit down and listen to a case, if you haven't heard of this case at all, ever, right? You've never heard of the Idaho 4 case, and you sit down and you hear the evidence be talked about, and then you hear the defense talk about it. Do you think that the defense can ruin the, you know, credibility of the witnesses that will be on the stand, which I think is going to be DM, and there may be even some that we don't know about, but we know that Dylan Mortenson's definitely going to be one because she came face to face with Brian Kohlberger. She didn't see, or not. I say face to face, like face to face would be like this, but she opened the door and seen allegedly Brian Kohlberger. My pops used to be a geology teacher. Always loved the rock lunchbox. He had, for the stone samples, it was Star Wars lunchbox metal. That's dope. That's dope. That's how it's supposed to be, but I think it would be very hard for the defense to win over the jury. I hope people see through the bullshit. Do they have so much evidence? That's what I'm saying. So let's go ahead and go based off of, they talked about a source reached out to Dateline, right? A lot of people say, "Oh, I don't trust Dateline." Dude, Dateline's been in business for a long time and covering true crime cases for the longest time now, right? Dateline has been covering true crime for so long. I haven't seen anything ever come out bad about them on anything that they've reported on, and they reported on these stories for years, right? So Dateline had a source that reached out and said, what was it about the Amazon? Our source says, and they were talking about the Amazon receipt. They were talking about all the different things collected. The ID and a glove in a box was tied back to somebody at 1122 King Road. Like, say that is true. And who's the source? Because if for you to believe the source means to tell me that that's somebody that is believable to you. It's not just some random Joe Schmo that is saying, hey, I have, we got evidence. It's not just a random Joe Schmo to me. I think somebody reached out that has the absolute knowledge of the case that told them, yeah, there was IDs in a glove in a box. And one of them tied back to somebody at 1122 King Road. Not one of the victims, was somebody at the house. That's wild to me. Papa Rodger. People say Papa Rodger activated his account the other day. Where? Show me in real time where I can go to Papa Rodger's profile on Facebook right now, the actual profile that was on all these Facebook pages. Show me where I can go communicate with this dude. I'd love to see it. Show me where I can communicate with him, because I still think Papa Rodger is Brian Kohlberger, allegedly. I really do. I believe that Papa Rodger is Brian Kohlberger. I don't care what. No, and people can sit here and try to convince me all night long otherwise. Welcome, Ms. Me Bell. I appreciate you. Miss Mel Bell. Or yeah, Miss Mel Bell. I don't know how I'm picking up on my words, but Miss Mel Bell, shout out to you. Thank you. I appreciate you. So I'm just saying in general, I want to see. I personally want to see that. I mean, you got cameras that we don't even know about. Cameras we do not know about. They dropped this Linda Lane video. The Linda Lane footage honestly told me a lot. And I know I was like, they may not even use it. Maybe they are. Who knows? That's why I speculate that they possibly aren't using it, because there's nothing clear that they have his license plate on. So they probably just said, fuck it, I'm going to release this footage, or here, we're not using this, so do whatever, because it's not in the case. So then it's not under the gag order no more. So that person can't. So now that person shares that footage. Wouldn't we have heard about somebody getting in trouble if if they were using it in the case and they somehow got it out to the public? I'm saying, if some video is part of the case from your house, I feel like that's your camera. Now you are into this case because that's your camera. So you have an obligation to keep your fucking mouth shut. Excuse my language, but you have an obligation to keep your mouth shut, because now your camera captured this person and now they got a copy of your footage. So are you free to put that out on a gag order? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Are you free to drop footage out if it was from your shit? That's what I want to. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate you. She said, do you think BK will profit off this crime? I think he'll be good in jail. I think his books will be filled up. I mean, there's enough people that, free BK. There's people that think he's innocent. Let me look at this, because I seen one the other day. Let's see. Somebody said orgy evidence. Where's it at? I said, what did I see the other day? I'm trying to find it. I can't remember. I remember it was like a little sketch of Brian Kohlberger. It was like a Brian Kohlberger tattoo. I've seen a few flying around on Facebook. How real they are, I don't know. How real they are, I have no clue. The defense attorney is trying her best to help BK, but the evidence that we have is compelling, and what they have gagged is damning. him being seen shopping November 13th down in Clarkston, Washington is going to be huge in my opinion as well. Even defense has to presume Brian's guilt. DNA alone is not really evidence because DNA spreads like dust. DNA is definitely evidence. It's convicted plenty of DNA convicts murderers every day. So DNA is definitely evidence. You know how many times I've seen DNA convict a murderer? Let me see. He said shake my head. All right. No, I'm serious though. I'm being serious. DNA convicts murderers all the time. Has anyone heard of Hoodie Jack since that night? He may have tipped the law. You never know. His DNA didn't float in there like dust.
Oh my God.
Man. DNA under a button snaps. Great evidence. Yeah, that's tucked away. Which means you didn't wipe it down as good as you thought you wiped it down. You did not wipe the snap down as good as you thought you did. Sorry to go off topic, but real quick, anyone else in here from Delaware too? Just wondering. DNA does not spread like dust. Word to everyone, BK is an odd bird. The odd ones do quirky things. It's been proven many times that BK is and does odd things. Driving around in the middle of the night equals nothing. However, BK, the Uber guy, says Brad. Interesting. DNA does not spread like dust. Adam may have known and told the cops. What did you tell Adam? I told Adam everything. There's a reason it's called touch DNA. He touched it. You said let him loose. I'd love to give him a shot at the title.
Oh my God. Bing bang.
My man said he would do. Everybody's like, man, BK's alibi, his friend was with him.
You can see though, right? I'm legally blind. I can see barely, but I'm an innocent bystander. You know what I'm saying? I ain't do nothing. I don't know what's going on. All I know is my side of the story. I can't tell no other story. I'm innocent. And Mama, I love you.
P.O.P. Hold it down. That's what he's gonna be yelling on the way after that verdict comes through. Yeah, I got him guilty, convicted. No, like I said, I want to see the defense and prosecution show their case. I want to see them try to prove their man that they're saying didn't do this, and I want to see the prosecution's evidence. Like I said, I think we're in for some cliffhangers when it comes to the evidence coming out, and we're even going to hear about it before I think we even get the trial footage now. I'm hoping that the trial is played live so we can sit and watch it together. But even if it's afterwards, I'm not missing a second of it. I will play it from start to finish. I don't care if I'm sitting here till 5 a.m. and I'd wake up the next day and do the same exact thing when that footage drops. Thank you, Low 12. I appreciate you. Who said it was Enan Harsh? I don't think it's Enan Harsh. Said, gee, it's echoing. It's probably because I turned it up. Tell me if it's echoing now.
Finish him.
I bet you didn't echo then. That's because I got it turned all the way down.
Go ahead. Do it. I want you to.
China is flooding in Yellowstone. Had 6 earthquake last I saw.
Oh my God.
Let's check it out. Hold up. I'm gonna pull that up real quick. 1 second. Let me pull this up before I get out of here. Said China? What? China earthquake? Pull that up real quick before I get off. I gotta go hang out with Athena for a little while. Put some movies on and shows in Discord. And make sure if you're a member, you join Discord, because there's a lot of members that aren't that don't join Discord. And all you got to do is attach your YouTube to your Discord account. That's it. That's your membership's on. Come in, chill. Like I said, we watch movies, etc. Come in and kick it with us. True crime, movies. Some people don't know how to navigate Discord and really miss out on the fun that goes down in there now. Like I said, there's been some weird ass drama going in there lately, but I'm about to have to take it full control and just start smoking people out of there that just start weird ass drama, because I'm not with that. That's not what we're there for. We're not there to defend and fight and argue and all this different shit. That's not what I made. That's not my vision. That's not the vision I had. So I gotta take, I gotta straighten that shit out, because there's been some issues coming up. I guess if people can't get along, hash it out or just block each other. There's no reason for people to be, fighting. My mods do a wonderful job in there. They do the best they can to keep everything copacetic. And I get it that people are going to argue and have problems. Not everybody's going to like each other. I know that. But, I just can't stand when I wake up and look in, the first thing I see is people battling back and forth and arguing and fighting. It's just unnecessary. I don't think we should be doing that. It's not cool for new members and stuff like that. So that's not what I want new members to come in and see, is people arguing and fighting and not liking each other. Like, if you don't like somebody that much, just block them. Pisces said, the part I wanted to read is the paragraph. Matter of factly, I could come up and read it. It's interesting. It talks about details of the pool party. We could definitely check it out. I'm about to have to get off here in 1 second, but I don't see nothing about no China earthquakes. I appreciate you, Pisces. What is it that you're talking about? Because I have it pulled up right here and I don't see nothing. It says go back. It's not showing me. I guess you got to sign in cold blood. What is it? I have clients in Yellowstone right now. Yikes. I don't see nothing going on in no Yellowstone. Grown adults. I'm glad I miss all of that. Yeah, Carla. I mean, it's like I said, it's good in Discord. It's great. I just can't stand like arguments and people. Like, I just don't. That shit just gives me anxiety when I come into a server that I built for people to come and hang out and get to know each other off the cuff and talk to me too. I miss a lot of different stuff. Chats flying. Then you got people that are mad and think that I don't know, like people get angry at you because you don't respond to them within a matter of time. Like, you do know I have 800 members in the Rev Gang family, right? Like, and I also have a fiance, and I also do as best as I can to get back to everybody and try to respond to emails and try to comment back to people on videos. Like, I make that a priority out of my day to go and conversate with people in comments, social medias, Discord DMs, Discord live chat, put shows on, stream them, do a bunch of different stuff. Like, I make that a priority because you guys are the shit. Let's just put it that way. The Rev Gang family is the shit. I just don't like the silly drama. Miss me with it. And I can deal without it. I can deal without the drama. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want drama around me. I am not into drama. I can be the family therapist. I'd volunteer if I figure out how to join. Email or hit up on the community tab. We'll get you in. That's easy. It's easy. I don't know. His DNA just flew in the house like a bird, and he was driving around. Very funny, Brandy, at least. Diane, 7 months. Love you, Diane. Thank you for your committed support to the Rev Gang family, and thank you for being a part of the Rev Gang family. I very much appreciate you. I very much appreciate you. Thank you. Ghost Devil, drama free, baby. Life is hard enough. No one needs drama. Be kind. You don't know what someone is truly dealing with. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, I like people to come in and talk. Like, if you're going through a hard time or something, I'd love to be there to talk to people when I possibly can be there. Like I'm always working on something and if I'm not, I come in and hang out in Discord and talk to as many people as I possibly can. So some people sometimes feel ignored or, feel like I don't know. I don't know what they feel like, but from the indication last night when I was live and I went back in, there was some problems that some people had, and I just didn't like that. It didn't flow well with me because I'm constantly doing something. As soon as I got off here last night, I went straight into editing a video. You know what I mean? Like I'm constantly doing stuff and passionate about what I do and diving in and editing different things and coming up with different ideas and working on documentaries and making it a point to talk to as many people as I possibly can in the Rev Gang family. Like that's one of the best things that I love about this is being able to communicate with everybody and switch notes or just catch up on how your day was. I think it's very important. It's very important for any creator that has a broad audience or any creator that has a support system. It's important for that creator to talk to as many people as they can. I find that very important as a creator. And I try my hardest, and sometimes it may not be the best, but you got to understand juggling life and working on content constantly. And, it can be bumpy. It could be bumpy. She was the target and Auntie knows it through the digital footprints. But anyways, guys, I love y'all. Thank you all for being here. Arlene, Wiley, Jamie, Gail, Walat Harris, what's going on? Drink a RC for me, brother. Regina Wright in the building. Low 12, love you to death. Hollis, love you to death. Callie, love you to death. RM Worthington, appreciate you. Love you to death. Amen. Rev, in the words of Mary J. Blige, no more drama. That's a fact. Happy to join the conversation with Dust DNA. Happy to join the conversation with them. I'm dead. I think you and Miss are really trying to do good things. Bless you. Thank you. Yes. Most definitely, Diane. I love you all. You already know how we're going to end it around here, though, right? Rev Gang strong, baby.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rev Gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will let up. All my life I strive for greatness. I'm manifesting my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank
you. You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it cause the law is killing kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just wanna play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the trucky way. If you step foot in the town you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the trucky way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the trucky way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family, I'm out.
G-Ball, you gotta stop doing this.
G-Ball, you gotta stop doing this. Hold up 1 second. Yeah. Hold up, where's it at? I can't find it. We them boys? Okay, there we go. Bing bong. Okay, 1 second. It's on its way. And I'll end it at this one. It's one of my favorites right here. We'll end it at this. We'll end it at this. Shout out to my brother, by the way. He killed this.
I know you
took my motherfucking family away and got the nerve to say you did it as a single mother. You let your pride get in the way like we don't need each other. Deep down inside, I really think you wanna see me suffer. Deep down inside, I do believe you wasn't competition. You said I left, like really though, like it was my decision. That shit you did was out of line, but we ain't gotta mention. You like to talk, but just enough that you ain't gotta listen. I'm out the picture and the kids think it's picture perfect, because you told them all our problems when it wasn't working. And then you held that shit against me when I wasn't working. For what it's worth, it's nothing worse than feeling like you worthless. I know it's hurting every time I'm thinking about my daughter, cause she don't know how much her dad is really in the corner. Because she only value love from all the shit you bought her. And she don't know what love is, and that's the way you taught her. It's like I'm being tortured. You took my family away. Took my motherfucking family away. You took my motherfucking family away from me. Took my motherfucking family away. You took my motherfucking family away and got the nerve to say that I'm the one that's narcissistic. Being an independent woman, yeah, it's all terrific, but you don't understand the problem when the father's missing. I got so much I wanna say, but gotta word it right. Leave it to Facebook, we all live a perfect life. The perfect kids, perfect house, and the perfect wife. But let's not talk about the times when they heard us fight. The only thing I really want is my son and my daughters to understand no matter what, I'ma be a supporter. But they don't understand the role of a man is important. I bet none of my kids got me in one of their portraits. I can't force it, but of course it feel really bad. The first time I heard my daughter say she hate her dad. I'm disappointed though, I ain't even really mad. I watched you throw it all away, everything we had, and it's fucking sad. You took my family away. You took my motherfucking family away. You took my motherfucking family away from me. Took my motherfucking family away.
Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
Yeah, I got goals. And you know what? I was trying to help a lot of people and not worrying about myself, not pushing forward, not worried about my grind. I put everyone before me. And I promised myself when I woke up on my 32nd birthday that I would make a change. And I'm gonna stick to that. People need to understand that I put my energy and everything that I have in my soul into this music shit. I live, I breathe it.
I got this music running through my soul. You may never know. Step away, cause I see the fake. Foot up to his throat. Anybody stepping in my lane, they gon' catch the smoke. Got my goals and I'ma stick to it. I ain't playing hoes. Listen, homie, I ain't playing around and run circles round these fucking clowns. Anytime that they talk shit, they know I'm ready to go walk them down. I do what I do with the best style. Say the shit with my chest out. Fuck my mind, you get stepped on. I run the trap with no legs on. Pump the gas up like an Exxon. Pump the brakes before your ass gets flexed on. The mic is my weapon, these words are my bullets. And you be foolish to try to test me, I cock it and pull it. They be hating, let's face it, they try to turn me to Satan. I got a cross on my chest, God's got my back with the fakeness. I spit my shit with conviction, you rap that shit you ain't living. You signed a deal with the devil, I'd rather go to a prison. I'll break them down in a sentence, with this pen I was given. Have it quick in the mission, my hands are certified like physicians. I'm not pausing for the wicked, I'm above and I'm winning. They just wanna see me fall, but I stay breaking down the fences. Over the years, people always wanna get at me. No matter what, they try to turn me to an enemy. I had a lot of folks become a fucking friend of me. They stab me in the back once they get every bit of me. Get rid of it, I'm done, dog. Back away, cause I'm pissed off. You better stay your way. If you know what's up, you better get lost. I'm the big boss, call me Jigsaw. When they get a taste, it's like withdrawals. Like a chop through any beat, like a swing around blade from a fucking chainsaw. Back up, act up, run them over like a Mack truck. The only time you seen a G is from that keyboard that you whack from. Homie, I've been through the struggle, overcame all of the stumbles. If you ain't made a mistake, then you ain't never seen trouble.
Bing bong.
Yeah, I heard when sheep get to hearing the truth, you're retarded, especially when it's calling out labels and bigger artists. I wrote a song and got a verse from John Connor. Got a text the next day to please take them off it. Damn, why you had to go and make shit so awkward? Should've been my response, but instead my dumb conscience is barking and yelling like, nigga, you better call them out. All that money you spent to go and record it. And I ain't saying that I'm broke or can't afford it. Wasn't trying to force shit, but now I'm just exhausted. Feeling like Cardi B, I hope I don't offset. It's the same shit, only difference is the toilet. Plus these niggas out still beefing when I know all this. Knowing that the risk ain't worth being rewarded. The war with frauds like Royce, and if the role switching them got tight with your enemies and made friends, I wonder what these fickle fans would be saying then.
Tired of being overlooked, getting shot off in a corner, we don't need a little push, man. Hit the weight yard like a fish on a hook. Steady working on a craft and no one wants to look. We've been pushing so heavy, it's time to make a change, like a wheel on a Chevy. We know that we are ready, gotta keep the grind steady. Every day we wake up, I'm loading pans like a desert.
Boy, I'm back and I'm keeping the grind heavy. Look at my reflection, I pray to God and I'm ready. Got the pen in my hand like a Glock, I hold it steady. Painting up these pictures with rhymes, my palms sweaty. First impression, I'm here to teach you a lesson. You gotta lead by example, if not, it's an exception. I can look you in your eyes and tell you you're not progressing. Cause you're looking for acceptance, fuck a person's direction. Fuck them, huh? I run tracks like a train station. I used to be lazy, but now I just stay patient. Building up my catalog, aiming for domination. All it takes is some practice, a craft, you gotta embrace it. In these streets, there's really a lot of hatred. People dying over race in our country, I really hate it. There's no debating, our nations divided like combinations. We should all come together and hustle with hopes of breaking. Let's go.
Tired of being overlooked, getting shot off in a corner, we don't need a little push, man. Hit the weight yard like a fish on a hook. Steady working on a craft and no one wants to look. We've been pushing so heavy, it's time to make a change, like a wheel on a Chevy. We know that we are ready, gotta keep the grind steady. Every day we wake up, I'm loading pans like a desert.
Feel it in my soul, I've been staying up late, grinding hard, I'ma blow. I'ma never hit the brakes when I hit that stage. I'ma show a motherfucker how to shut down a show. If you ever got a problem, come and say it to my face. Why you talk behind my back, that's an act of a snake. I just wanna know the truth, how's it feel being fake? If you look in the mirror, that's why we can't relate. Being blind about to come and put you in the sights. When I bang, you know I'm aiming for you in the lights. I'm a pitbull, when I see you, I'ma take a bite. Don't ever look at me, cause I could really take your mic. You play me hard and you really bet that fucking light. Until I go John Jones and land a couple strikes. I swing the left and I follow up with the right. I'm like a Viking, cause I'm always ready for a fight. I've been a man on a mission, I'm in a heavy possession. About to come and cause a couple collisions. Cause people never take the Ritalin, but I be getting rid of them. I'm sick of all these rappers, they are always acting ignorant. They claiming that they're better than the next. They think they got bars that are better than the rest. Don't sound like a couple dudes having sex. If you're gonna stand up, at least say it with your chest. Let's get it, motherfucker. Living for the music, I just feel it in my soul. When I wake up in the morning, I'm just going with the flow. I've been at it hard, every day my hustle grows. I'm pushing for the top, yeah, I know I'm about to blow. I've been doing this for days, staying up late. Got my foot on the pedal, I ain't pushing on the brakes. If you try to come and stop me, you will end up in the lake. If you ever got a problem, come and say it to my face. Living for the music, I just feel it in my soul. When I wake up in the morning, I'm just going with the flow. I've been at it hard, every day my hustle grows. I'm pushing for the top, yeah, I know I'm about to blow. I've been doing this for days, staying up late. Got my foot on the pedal, I ain't pushing on the brakes. If you try to come and stop me, you will end up in the lake. If you ever got a problem, come and say it to my face.
Finna be bringing my diesel, gold premium under my seat zone. 144 miles per hour, spending a token on my pink flamingo. Smoking that sticky icky weed, bro, with the tree flow. Under my hammer, repeat foes, guarding your ass, out of this beef. Got your pitch in your cheeks, itching to leave. No, I ain't fucking done, I'm pissing right up on your feet low. Nothing in this game, I got the cheat code. I might as well be Superman. Too much power can debate. I'm the trooper on the roof, shooting double barrel oozes at your face. Slap a Luther with this Ruger theories, bang on this loser with the cane gang. This is my lane, you best get out my way. I done threw out my brakes if you're cruising for pain. I can ruin your day, I can truly be ruthless, no shame. I will crash this shit right through your place. I'm sick in the mind, fisting these bitches, unpredictable lines. Invisible, divisible eyes, invisible, the insolent, ignorant ties. Pigment is blind, but I can smell a fucking pig in the style. Into my sight, like a vampire, see no reflections. Coming for your neck, cause I'm feeling for erections. Get off on blood when it's leaking out intestines. If I'm the villain, I'ma eat it out your chest, bitch.
Living for the music, I just feel it in my soul. When I wake up in the morning, I'm just going with the flow. I've been at it hard, every day my hustle grows. I'm pushing for the top, yeah, I know I'm about to blow. I've been doing this for days, staying up late. Got my foot on the pedal, I ain't pushing on the brakes. If you try to come and stop me, you will end up in the lake. If up? We them boys, what is up? We them boys, what is up? Red gang, use crews, riding tough. Keep it lit up in the spit, smoking blunts, pop shit. Catch a bullet when I pull it out the trunk. Got the game riding deep like my name was Donald Trump. Keep the party on fire, raise the roof on these chumps. They know I like to stay crunk. We go by them boys, always staying turned up. Baby boy, stay saying he a gangster. The only time you raised your arm was in class during English. Teacher, please. That shit's funny to me, cause I've been turning shit up past 500 degrees. No Little Wayne, I'm here to bring the pain. I'm talking smack down, homie. Here comes the pain. When you walk up in the building, they start laughing major pain. And you look me in the eyes and understand it ain't a game. I raised the roof, no Luther Campbell. Got you looking super. Took a dab, then you scrambled. Looking like a quarterback, but always getting fucking sacked. Weed looking like horse shit when you brought it out the bag. I heard your best friend played with Reggie Miller. Well, I got LeBron James. Come and see me for the killer. We them boys turning up, going crazy like gorillas. Come getting crazy, cause them boys will fucking kill you. They will kill you. We them boys, what is up? Red gang, use crews, riding tough. Keep it lit up in this bitch, smoking blunts, pop shit. Catch a bullet when I pull it out the trunk. Got the game riding deep like my name was Donald Trump. Keep the party on fire, raise the roof on these chumps. They know I like to stay crunk. We go by them boys, always staying turned up.
Treat this like my final lap. The way I'm spitting, all these Eric holders taking shots. Jealous of my vision, I ain't sweating. Vicious with the rhythm, like you tossed a dog a steak for dinner. Bitch, I'm hungry in the game, and I just ate my dinner. Country boy taking shots till they hip high. Used to sleep on me, now spitting, watch they jaw drop. Every time them boys hit the stage, we wreck shop. Bitch, we diving in the game. You just belly flop. I know I drive you insane the way I wreck the flow. Always on that green, smoke it like my vegetables. Damn, that shit hurt. Why you hanging off my testicles? Get up off my ball sack. I know that you be jealous, ho. Flow coming fast like you wrecked over hydrants. Keep it in check. I want my deposits. I don't get paid to blow on this ganja. Crossing my lines, you catching the ganja.
We them boys, what is up? Red gang, use crews, riding tough. Keep it lit up in this bitch, smoking blunts, pop shit. Catch a bullet when I pull it out the trunk. Got the game riding deep like my name was Donald Trump. Keep the party on fire, raise the roof on these chumps. They know I like to stay crunk. We go by them boys, always staying turned up. We them boys, what is up? Red gang, use crews, riding tough. Keep it lit up in this bitch, smoking blunts, pop shit. Catch a bullet when I pull it out the trunk. Got the game riding deep like my name was Donald Trump. Keep the party on fire, raise the roof on these chumps. They know I like to stay crunk. We go by them boys, always staying turned up.
Get out of my way, get out of my way, cause I don't be fucking with none of you haters anyway. Get out of my way, get out of my way, cause I don't be fucking with none of you haters anyway.
All my life I've been a hustler, watching you run around the streets. I seen your ass turn into a customer, and that's why my whole crew never really fuck with you. You used to be my brother, but now I gotta fuck you up. You crossed the line when you was living at my house, until I punched you in your mouth and slammed your ass over the couch. You tried to come and set me up, run up in my crib, cause you see me moving weight, and you like the way I live.
Get out of my way, get out of my way, cause I don't be fucking with none of you haters anyway. Get out of my way, get out of my way, cause I don't be fucking with none of you haters anyway. If you in my way, I'ma run you over. This is vehicular homicide. Smoking this beat like I wasn't sober. Working that bitch like a 9 to 5. Did for a rapper to say my name any type of way, then he gotta die. I'm running up on you, the gun is up on you, then I'm coming up with an alibi. See, I ain't gotta be in your top 5, but none of your shit is gon' top mine. Now ask that nigga if he wants some smoke, guarantee that boy say And this is a light workout. I think I done lost 10 pounds. See, I am the big bad wolf, and I come to shut shit down. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Cause I don't be fucking with none of you haters anyway. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Cause I don't be fucking with none of you haters anyway.
Look, I get high like a plane. I'm known for being a gunner. These bitches trapped in bad relationships. I do what I wanna. My baby got my back when one comes up, the other one come up. I pull up diamonds on my wrist, little bitch, I flex, I'm a stunner. I get that bag like no other. Flip that, go grab me another. My swag on point, bitch, I'm dripping. I came up straight out the gutter. Y'all talking down and you tripping. My flow's unlike every other. I don't wanna be the best, bitch, but I want my respect, bitch.
Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Cause I don't be fucking with none of you haters anyway. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Cause I don't be fucking with none of you haters anyway. See, I am the big bad wolf. This nigga Sky did it again.
Tony Romo, back up, cut, move out the pocket. And when I start to make a move, I'm leaving dust like a rocket. They know I'm quick to make a move. Got them all in the groove. Everybody dances when I'm playing the tune. Baby hits the stage, she's shaking the whole room. Turn it up to the left, to the right, make them jump. Show love, take the hate outside. No muss, no bueno, it's bad for your health. No luck, if you fake to my face, then it means you're a chump. Ain't friends, I keep them close like a snack for a lunch. If you mess with my baby, bet I'm packing a punch. Take a sip of this juice if you really want some. Cause I'm sick of all these fakers trying to lash out of us.
Messed up, had to figure that out, but I'm back now. I ain't never gonna back down. I don't back out, feeling like I'm all that now. Bunch of lost friends, don't know where the fuck they at now. Turn my back once, I don't ever turn my back now. I'm on cloud 9, I don't plan on coming back down. I'ma push, work, move, get it. I'll be going till I fall or pass out, come on. Till I fall or pass out, I'ma kick it in the spot like it ain't hot in my town. I'm a boss, I'ma get it even when the sun's down. Bitches flex on me before, I want them hoes to try now. Any bitch I ever did the wrong way was low down. Serving big bars, bitches rather keep it low cal. Ain't gon' mention all the names and all the bars I hold down. When it goes up, that's when all the bullshit goes down. I'ma keep working and moving, I'm never stopping. I've been going since a young and it's really no other option. I've been at this for a minute, a trapper, but I be rocking. All the bullshit been behind me, but that don't mean I forgot it. Go, get them up though, turn them up. Me and baby in the club, then they showing us mad love. Now the banger for the album, I call it a slam dunk. Going up, and I'm showing these hoes what I'm made of. Look, I ain't gotta talk to them, gotta fuck with them. Game full of clone hoes, I'm instructing them, ducking them. If I can't duck, then I'm crushing them. Someone go and tell the rap game that I'm rushing. Got messed up, had to figure that out, but I'm back now. I ain't never gonna back down. I don't back out, feeling like I'm all that now. Bunch of lost friends, don't know where the fuck they at now. Turn my back once, I don't ever turn my back now. I'm on cloud 9, I don't plan on coming back down. I'ma push, work, move, get it. I'll be going till I fall or pass out, come on.
Yo, look. A lot of y'all claim that y'all some rappers, but it's a true fact that every one of y'all are actors. Taking shots at me, but missing every clip. I'm your motherfucking master. Bow down, you little bitch. Y'all really want the beef? I'm a suicide bomber, making sure you go to sleep. Put the wrench to you, loosen up every crease. Then take the screw out like Whoopi during beef. Yo, boy, you the hardest on the internet until I pull up at your dinner and eat your chicken legs. You go hard in the chat, but never been a threat. Soft like a pamper, you're crying, I think you pissed your bed. Y'all claim that you're about to hang me up, but it's a motherfucking fact that every one of y'all sucks. You're a clone to the game and that nips it in the butt. If your leader takes dick, I guess you're riding in his trunk. You're the type to plot on me till I pull up. Pop the trunk open with the pump, like what's up, chumps? Say hi to Jack, cause I'm about to take what I want. You rap like you're hard, but in person you're my fucking son. My sons. Y'all be talking slick behind my fucking back, but when you see me, every one of y'all will give me that. What's up? Hey T-REV, that shit you spitting's fucking crack. Get the milk ready, cause it's time I make you take a nap. I keep it 100 like when I wear my fucking hat. Knock 'em out the park with one swing from a metal bat. Taking off the heads of these snakes when I slam the axe. I see you throwing shade, but my 4-5 removes you fast. I'm in the zone. Every day I wake up, we label you a hater cause you hide under makeup. When you diss me on the track, you talk about a lot of fake stuff. When I diss you on the track, I bet you go around and break stuff. I see you in the comments, acting like a bomb threat, shooting out the bunker like an old Vietnam vet. Make you watch me be successful with my content, taking out your squad like the troops dipping live. You claiming that y'all beast until I pass it to the playboy. I play like Troy Aikman, breaking down every playboy, shutting down that shit like a tackle from the Ray Boy. When we land a hit, we ain't stopping till we make noise.
Made it out the trenches, I ain't going back. See everything we spittin', boy, you know it's facts, nigga. Just a week ago, they didn't know I rap. They ain't know me though. Now it's me and T-REV on this Playboy track. Mama told me she ain't want me out there selling crack. So I told my mama, just relax, I'm trying to sell these raps. 40 on my hip, I'm with the shit, you can't tell I'm strapped. But I stay prepared, bust his head when I smell a rat. This the life I'm living, tell them niggas mind their business. If I end up back in prison, then you know I'm getting sentenced. That's what they yelling, I'm never telling. Busted cerebellum, all on this kick, splatter is milling. Big guns spit fast like Big Pun. You niggas don't really wanna get none. Come get some, yeah, come get some. Turn your ass to a motherfucking victim. 1 to the O to the O to the K-U-F-I-S. Y'all niggas better respect my set. Niggas ain't trying to go neck and neck. Throw that bitch like an extra sketch. I do this shit effortless. This is just my method, man. Spit it like Inspector Deck. I don't even recollect the last time that I wrote a rap, but T-REV hit me up, I said let's get it. Ain't no holding back. Haters always told me that I'd never make it out alive, but I'm the same guy that all these haters start to idolize. Soon as they get out of line, I'm thinking about an alibi. Kill your whole squad like the massacre on Valentine. Rappers running out of time, we just getting started. Got a whole gang of niggas that's with me, they all retarded. If you call me out my name, you'll end up deadly departed. And I don't think you niggas really wanna be the target. Kofi.
T-REV, hand me the strap. Let's ride on these motherfuckers. This murder gang shit's for life, boy. Get down and get laid the fuck down. Yo, if you bustin' shots in mine, don't compromise, you gotta die. I don't hide behind my soldiers, I be on that front line. The art of war is strategizing, so our power's on the rise. The three of us against anybody, they gotta like the mind. I'm your entourage, under the side, murdering all of your guys. Lyrical homicide and words of weapons, and y'all about to meet your demise. I keep my name out your mouth if you was wise, or I'm about to clown you like Pennywise. Surrounded by miles behind enemy lines, you niggas gazelles and you fucking with lies. You're like some terrorists, fucking with the US, bro. Dropping bombs and you suckers, the only way you gon' blow. Slap your face and now you're flying